Recognize the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the chairman was exactly right in his opening statement. On day one of the Biden administration, they made three decisions. They said, we're no longer going to build the wall. We're no longer going to have remain in Mexico. And when you get to our border, you will not be detained. You will be released. And guess what? Everybody came. It was deliberate. It was intentional. It was premeditated. They did it to the country. And now it's time to fix that, as the chairman pointed out. I mean, think about it. What they said was no wait, no wall, no detention. Everybody came. And we shouldn't be surprised that who wouldn't want to come to the greatest country ever? But you got to do it legally. That's the problem. And so yesterday, the president started what the American people said to do on November 5th. He started with those 11 executive orders that the chairman talked about. And this hearing is to highlight what took place over the last 4 years and what we have to do to fix the problem the American people elected us to fix. So I appreciate the good work our chairman has done over these last several years. Good work he did on H.R. 2, the work he's doing with this key subcommittee on this key issue. This is critically important. And our job, one of our jobs, this is reconciliation, we Republicans understand this, is to make sure we have the funds available to execute and get accomplished the executive orders the administration, the president put in place over the last 24 hours. So that's our task, and I appreciate, again, the work of this committee, our staff, and our great chairman of this key subcommittee. With that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jamie Raskin of Maryland, for an opening statement.
Thank you.
Chairman Jordan.
Mr. Newman, did the Biden administration improve the immigration system and border security?
I think the stats show no. I mean, we've got a non-detained...
That whole conversation just took place, sounded like a bunch of nonsense to me.
Yeah, same.
Certainly 77 million Americans don't believe what they just heard from Mr. Raskin and the Democrat witness. Ms. Vaughn, did the Biden administration improve the immigration system and border security?
No, the Biden administration dismantled the controls, guardrails, limits, and turned programs into purposes for which they were never intended.
Every community on the border knows they did it. Yeah, we just had a 5-minute conversation. Oh, well, things are just wonderful. Joe Biden was the greatest. Mr. Fabricatore, you've been out on the front lines. You've dealt with this. Did the Biden administration improve the immigration system and border security?
No, we have more illegal alien criminals on the street today because of the Biden administration.
Yeah, they're trying to say, don't believe your lying eyes. Of course we know it's gotten worse. Earlier, Mr. Newman, you said, I think you said, the Biden administration invited the crisis. I think you're being nice when you use the word invited. I think they intentionally, deliberately, what's my opening statement, willfully created the crisis. And I want to know, why would they do that? Why would an administration deliberately create the chaos we have seen? Upwards of 10 million people coming in the country. These border communities, it's interesting, these border communities, that's been the biggest change in voting Democrat to voting Republican has taken place in those communities because they've felt it firsthand. We were in Yuma, Mr. Biggs brought this up, we were in Yuma, Arizona. The cost to the education system, the healthcare system, the public services in those communities, unbelievable. So why would they intentionally, why would they do this? That's what I've been trying to figure out. Why would an administration say we're going to deliberately create the chaos that 77 million Americans, I think all Americans know, has taken place over the last 4 years?
I can't pretend to know the motive of the administration, but what
I'm asking you to hazard a guess as an expert in this area.
Looking at what they've done and looking at the policies, what's very clear is that there's been an intentional desire to get as many people into the country as possible and keep them here.
Ms. Vaughn, can you take a run at that question? Why would they do it? I think all kinds of Americans ask that question. Why would our government do this to our nation?
Because they don't want any limits on immigration and because no one could stop them.
Mr. Fabricatore?
There was a definite open border agenda at the last 4 years, and that is exactly the way that I see it.
You think there's, again, hazard a guess at the motivation. What do you think the motivation is?
You know, it's hard to guess at allowing so many illegal aliens to enter into the United States. It's something that when you actually look at it and you look at the numbers, it's unfathomable to even think that many people were allowed. The gotaways, the 2 million gotaways that were allowed in this country, that we have no idea who they are. To me, I have no idea why they would allow that to happen.
I don't get it either, particularly when you think about what happens to kids on this journey when they come to the country, what happens to women, the terrible things that take, I don't get it. And for them to try to say it was wonderful and it was an improvement, I don't get that either, because nobody believes that. I think earlier the ranking member said the asylum system was overwhelmed during the Biden administration. Why was it overwhelmed? Because they just opened everything up. No wall, no way, remain in Mexico. And when you get here, as you pointed out in your testimony, Mr. Fabricatore, you won't be detained, you'll be released. Now, what do we have to do to fix it? Mr. Fabricatore, a guy who's on the front lines, what do we have to do to fix it?
Number one, we need to make sure that we're giving the money to, especially enforcement removal operations, to go out and detain, arrest, detain, and remove illegal aliens. That's the bottom line of what we have to do. We have to say, this is a situation that we have. We need to put money toward this so that we can be effective.
Once you start repatriating, once you start removing individuals who came here illegally, that's going to send a message. That's going to create an incentive I think in the right way. Because right now all the incentives are the wrong way.
Yes.
No wall, no wait, and you won't be detained. Everyone comes. So you got to change those incentives. That will start to do that.
It absolutely will. Letting the men and women know of ICE, of ERO, that they have your backing and they can go out on the street and actually enforce the immigration law. That's all that they're asking to do. That's what President Trump wants to do.
Yep.
He wants to make sure that we go out and the immigration law is actually enforced.
15 seconds, Mr. Newman. I'll give you the last 15.
Yeah, it's you have to fund the resources for ICE to get the job done. You have to show to people in this country illegally that you could be caught and you could be sent home.
Well, this committee is committed to helping the administration have the resources to enforce the law and fix the problem. I yield back to the chairman.
Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Schatz, is the federal government too big?
Yes, the expenditures certainly are, which makes the entity itself too
$7
big.
trillion in annual spending, 400 agencies and sub-agencies, 1,000 boards and commissions. I think anyone, maybe even the people on the other side of the aisle, I think anyone would say, almost everyone would say, that's too big. And when you have big government, does big government have a tendency to spend taxpayer money on stupid things?
That's part of the reason that we're here, and it's one of the things that Citizens Against Government Waste has been documenting for many, many years.
You've been highlighting this for like 100 years. I mean, I've known you for a long time.
Organization,
God bless you for persisting.
Organization, 41 years. I've been there 39.
And when you spend money, when you're the person spending money on something stupid, you just assume, you would just kind of hope that people don't really notice that, right? If you're in the government and you're spending, what did Ms. Bober just say, $32,000 for a transgender comic in Peru, $16 million in gender development offices. You're spending money on stuff like that. You just kind of hope that people probably don't notice that. Is that probably fair to say? That's kind of human nature, I would think.
Well, that's part of the problem, is that the taxpayers don't know exactly how the money is being spent because there is not the transparency that, for example, Iowa, Ohio, Arizona, and other states have. And you should be able to push a button and find out how your tax dollars are being.
And so it's understandable why everyone on the left, all the proponents of big government, all the supporters of big government, all the people getting the taxpayer money from big government, it's understandable why they are attacking Elon Musk, because he's pointing out the stupid things that government spends money on. Is that fair to say?
Well, he's not making it up, and in fact, many of the recommendations he's making
Great point. He's not making it up. He's citing every single thing.
Right.
Go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's there. I mean, look, the Department of Education has been something that was recommended by President Reagan to be eliminated, and many others since then. U.S. Digital Service, U.S. Doge Service. Digital Service was duplicating the private sector. Same with 18F at GSA. So he's already helped save money by doing that.
So Democrats, instead of saying, yeah, we should probably not spend $32,000 for a transgender comic in Peru. Yeah, it's probably not a wise expenditure of taxpayer money to have Sesame Street played in Baghdad, Iraq. It's on all that list. Instead of saying we should figure out how we stop that, they're saying, no. We got to stop the guy who's pointing out the stupid things that government's spending money, taxpayer money, the money that people in the 4th District that I represent, their money on these kind of stupid things. Now it's being reported that there's something even maybe worse going on. It's been reported today that media outlets were paid millions of dollars by USAID. Now, the media outlets are saying this is for subscriptions to their publication, But I find that interesting. And one of the particulars that's pointed out, the FDA paid Politico $517,000 for 37 subscriptions. That seems kind of high to me. Does that seem that way to you, Mr. Schatz?
Doing the math quickly, that seems excessive, yes.
Yeah, that seems a lot for now. Maybe there's some explanation here. Maybe this, maybe Politico is so darn important that it costs that much and taxpayer money should be spent for. But I find that interesting, particularly $517,000 for 37 subscriptions when it's the press, the government paying the press. Does that in some way maybe jeopardize what the press, the free press that we're supposed to have in our great country?
Well, it's certainly something that taxpayers probably didn't know until today. I didn't know that.
Didn't know until today, and it's also government paying the press that kind of money. 37 subscriptions will give you $500,000. Might Politico write favorable things about the particular administration who's paying that money? I don't know. I'm not saying that happened, but you can sure look at some of the things that's been reported by some of the press, particularly Politico, and you can't help but ask that question. Governor Reynolds, I got like 50 seconds. You came all the way from the great state of Iowa. I'll give you a chance to comment on any of the things I raised there. But I do think this is amazing. The guy who's pointing out the stupid things the government spends money on, that's who gets attacked, versus no, let's fix the stupid things and not spend money on them. I just don't get that. And I think the American people have common sense, and that's how they look at it. My guess is, I know lots of good people in Iowa, they have lots of common sense. That's probably how they look at it.
That's exactly how they look at it. $36 trillion in debt, $2 trillion annually being added to the debt. Kevin and I have 11 grandchildren. I want them to have the same opportunity I did growing up, and I appreciate President Trump trying to right-size the ship and get it back in line. And I don't hear any answers to the contrary. What are their answers except for leave everything the way it is? And that's not working. So thank you.
That's not what you did in Iowa. You didn't leave everything the way it is, and you changed things, and taxpayers got more efficient government, which is exactly what we want. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman, yield.
Mr. Jordan for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ranking member started off his comments by saying that Republicans wanted to dismantle the regulations that keep us safe. That keep us safe? 28 Californians lost their lives. 20,000 structures were destroyed. 40,000 acres where these fires took place. And California is the most heavily regulated state in the country. We're trying to figure out how we can stop this. It's not about dismantling regulations. If regulations were going to solve the problem, they'd have been solved. Everything would have been solved in California because you got regulations more than any other place. So I appreciate the chairman bringing experts in here to tell us what's really going on. Appreciate this hearing. And to be clear, the clip that was shown by Ranking Member Nadler of President Trump was before the fires. It was clear back in September, for goodness sake. So we're going to get to the truth with our witnesses. I want to thank the chairman for this important hearing about regulatory reform that really needs to happen. And we want to make sure the regulations are in California don't come to the rest of the country, because we don't want this happening all over our great nation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Hilton, you said in your testimony the speed, scale, and destructiveness of the fires was the direct result of Democrat policies. I want to know why. I mean, I assume those policies are like why they stopped logging in California, why they stopped clearing controlled burns and other things that's been mentioned by all the experts and some of our colleagues. Why would they stop those things if they were working?
The answer is that, as we were discussing earlier, there's an ideology in play which is extreme, and it avoids the kind of common sense action that had been taken for years. And that's what is at the heart of the fuel load. That is the key concept here. Of course, it's true that there are wins, but it's not true to say that these Santa Ana wins were unprecedented. They were the highest in 14 years, but not unprecedented. When we hear about Los Angeles, of course I agree about the points that were made in relation to the fire chief, but there is an important, if we could use take one letter from the acronym DEI and just take the I, and start a different word with it, incompetence, because you did see a total lack of coordination between the city firefighting force and the county and other leadership. You saw a massive delay in getting equipment to that first fire, which could have made a big difference in containing it. 44 minutes before anyone was there. You had the warnings of this disaster on January the 2nd of severe winds, on January the 3rd, life-threatening winds. On January the 4th, the mayor leaves the country. You saw a total unprecedented set of incompetent responses in preparation. The policy failures, we've outlined them. The brush clearance was stopped And so the fuel load was higher, and that meant that this conflagration spread so much quicker than it need have been. A point that Mr. Nadler made about the reservoir, we need to address this. He talked about a small reservoir. No, it was 117 million gallons. It was built in the 1960s precisely for the purposes of dealing with wildfires. That's why it was built. It was offline for 1 year. Why was it offline for a year? Because it was in action to comply with federal regulation about the covers, a small tear in the cover, and they empty the reservoir for a year. These are serious points. I hear all the time, we mustn't politicize, mustn't make it political. I agree with that, but it is about policy. It is about policy choices that were made that led up to the scale and severity and impact of that. On insurance as well, I hear this talk about Florida. No, it's a different reason we had a crisis in Florida with insurance. It's about scam, frivolous lawsuits, which has been addressed by the governor. In California, one of the reasons that insurance costs are so high is because it costs 4 or 5 times as much to build the exact same floor plan for a building in California as it does in neighboring states. Why? Because of the building codes, because of the CEQA legislation, exactly as my colleague was saying, we need to end the private right of action under CEQA. That would make a huge difference. You can help with that. We are all here to stop this kind of thing happening again, and there are practical, common sense things we can do, which all of us have laid out.
I'm going to yield my time to the gentleman from California, the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, holding a hearing today on, quote, reining in the administrative state is a bit like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. As we speak, Elon Musk and his band of near teenage accomplices are systematically working their way through the executive branch, knocking down agency after agency while undermining the rule of law and shredding the Constitution along the way. Musk and his team have unprecedented access to our most sensitive and personal data. They have gained access to extremely sensitive tax information at the IRS, highly restricted government records on millions of federal employees and their families from the Office of Personnel Management, and personal data related to health insurance plans, workplace safety and health investigations, child labor, and more from the Department of Labor. And this is just what we have learned through news articles, because all of these actions have been taken without any transparency to the American people. Musk and his team have accessed at least 18 agencies and untold amounts of sensitive data that is attractive to bad actors here and abroad. But Musk and his assistants are not just accessing this data. They are feeding it into AI models, downloading it onto commercial servers, and possibly taking it off premises. Because Musk and his team can also change our government systems. Not only is the personal information of millions of Americans at risk, but also the systems that ensure our safety and core government functions. For example, Musk and his team have accessed core systems at the Federal Aviation Administration. Experts have warned that, quote, even a small systems disruption could cause mass grounding of flights, a halt in global shipping, or worse, downed planes. Officials at the FAA warn that going into these systems without an in-depth understanding could result in death and an economic harm to our nation. Nevertheless, Musk indicated that the DOGE team will aim to make, quote, rapid safety upgrades to the air traffic control system. Just in the past few weeks, we have seen what happens when mistakes are made in our air traffic control system, when a Black Hawk helicopter ran into a commercial flight, resulting in dozens of deaths. Musk and his team are opening us up to more deaths and critical economic harm. But Elon Musk is not content just to cause massive disruption and expose us to greater risk. No, he is also using his unfettered access to our agencies and our data to benefit himself. For example, the Department of Labor was investigating workplace abuse allegations at 3 Musk-owned companies: the Boring Company, SpaceX, and Tesla. So, Musk and his team invaded the agency and gained access to their information on current and past investigations. Just days before they got access to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Musk finalized a deal with Visa to process peer-to-peer payments for a wallet feature on X. Because the CFBP polices such payment systems, the data Musk and his team accessed could give his new X wallet feature a competitive advantage in the market. And as a kicker, the Trump administration instructed the CFPB to halt its work, thus ensuring that there's no one to keep Musk's new payment system from exposing personal data or enabling fraud. Never mind that the CFBP has produced almost $20 billion in consumer relief and has put millions back in the pockets of Americans. The agency had information Musk needed, so he got it. The agency would have enforced the law with a likely impact on his wallet, so the agency's work was halted instead. Serious concerns have been raised about whether the people accessing this data, many of them barely past college, have the appropriate training and vetting necessary to handle such sensitive data. That is an active data breach on a scale we have never experienced before. But this time, the threat is coming from inside the House. Imagine what domestic criminals or foreign adversaries could do if they got their hands on this information. This is a clear and present danger, and yet our Republican colleagues do nothing. In addition to these structural attacks on the executive branch, the Trump administration is also reclassifying civil servants as political employees who can be replaced with flunkies beholden to Donald Trump, imposing loyalty tests on national security officials and encouraging tens of thousands of employees to resign, with promises it has no authority to make. As a result, it is hollowing out the workforce and the decades of experience and technical expertise that comes with it. Without any authorization from Congress, the Trump administration has also taken several other actions that have thrown the federal government into chaos. It attempted to impose a, quote, temporary funding freeze, unquote, across much of the federal government that a judge has already ruled unlawful. It fired duly appointed Democratic members of independent agencies to deprive these agencies of a working quorum and essentially prevent them from fulfilling their missions. And to ensure that no one is able to hold the administration accountable from within the executive branch, the president fired more than a dozen inspectors general without following the statutory requirements for doing so. These actions are as unconstitutional as they are dangerous. While we witness these incursions on the rule of law and the Constitution, my Republican colleagues do nothing. In fact, they cheer on Elon Musk as he usurps congressional authority and arrogates unprecedented power to himself. When Joe Biden was president, we heard stirring speeches from our Republican friends about the need to assert our Article I authority. We were told that the Biden administration was guilty of dangerous overreach when it attempted to help people drowning in student loans, or protected our communities from gun violence, or helped shield consumers from corporate abuse. But now that is ancient history. Now they aid and abet shadow President Musk while he bulldozes his way through the administrative state, untethered to any congressional statute or authorization. There is no check and no balance from the Republican Congress, just feckless inaction because it serves their purposes. They know that undermining the critical protections provided by our agencies would be deeply unpopular, so they are content to abdicate their responsibilities and let Elon Musk do their dirty work. I urge my Republican colleagues to stand up for this institution and for the people they represent. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Instead of stopping the stupid spending, Democrats attack the guy who's exposing it. I think the taxpayers of this country would just as soon we stop spending their money on dumb things. Like what was the example from USAID, some transgender comic in Ireland spending money on Bert and Ernie and Big Bird on Baghdad TV. I think they would prefer we not do that. Elon Musk is exposing in the federal government exactly what he exposed at Twitter when he purchased Twitter. What did we find out there? Big government was pressuring big tech to censor Americans. And you don't have to take my word for it. We had the Twitter files. Oh, and we also had someone else in big tech send a letter to this committee and tell us exactly what they were doing. Mark Zuckerberg said the Biden administration was pressuring us to censor. We did it. We're sorry. We won't do it again. Told the whole world that in a letter to this committee. So Elon Musk is now doing that for the federal government. We think that's a good thing. And to understand the fundamental difference the left has with us conservatives. Democrats believe it is the career elected bureaucrats who are supposed to run the country. We don't think that's the way it's supposed to work. We actually think it's the people who put their name on a ballot, who get elected by we the people, who make the decisions. And the guy who got 77 million votes on November 5th says he wants Elon Musk working for him, the elected member who heads the executive branch working for him, every bit as much as the federal employees, the people in Treasury who are supposed to have all the answers, or in USAID who be the career officials, working for him to expose stupid things our government is spending money on. And the Democrats are going to attack that guy? Go ahead. Go right ahead. But we know the real consequences of having this administrative state, these bureaucrats run things. We got two witnesses here who've lived it, Ms. Wade and Mr. Smith. They're here to tell about how that had impacted their business. So I appreciate the chairman having this hearing. This is exactly the kind of hearing we have to have, and I appreciate the work the president and his team are doing to expose the stupid things bureaucrats spend the hard-earned money of the people we get the privilege of representing. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield.
And we appreciate that. Dr. McLaughlin, in college, I majored in wrestling, but you're supposed to get a degree in college, so I got one in economics. And one of the terms I remember was this term called opportunity cost. Can you tell us real quick what opportunity cost is?
It's the things you don't do because something else requires your resources.
It was Mr. Smith spending millions of dollars
Right,
fighting some
exactly.
stupid bureaucrat regulation where if he fought it there, he'd have to go, the very bureaucrats who made the rule and tell him to do things, he'd have to go to their court, and he had to go to other court, and he could have been expanding our economy, building his business, but no.
Perfect.
He had to deal with the bureaucrats who the other side thinks are the experts and should run our government. Isn't that what opportunity cost? When you boil it all down, that's what Mr. Smith had to deal with. Is that right?
Yes, sir, and that's what my research finds, is when businesses get deflected from investing in R&D and expansion, that the economy does not grow, and it's because regulations are making them spend their
Which
resources
makes
on
it
other
tougher
activities.
for our country to lead, to Ms. Wade's point. If you're making it tougher for the people who grow our economy, make us stay the economic superpower, it's tougher then to lead militarily, diplomatically, and that's what it all does. And that's what the chairman, why he's having this hearing, that's what he's trying to change. And we got a bill on the floor tomorrow. Midnight rules bill gets rid of a bunch of these stupid rules that these agencies do. We can get rid of packages of them instead of one at a time. That's a good thing. I appreciate the chairman's work on this committee, and I yield back.
Chairman yields back. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before the committee today without objection. All members will.
We appreciate everyone being here today for this important hearing. We'll start with opening statements. Chairs recognize. What a difference a few years make. 4 years ago, President Trump was banned from all platforms, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Today, he has his own platform. He's back on all the others. And of course, he's President of the United States. 4 years ago, Democrat members of Congress sent a letter to telecommunication companies pressuring them to kick Fox and Newsmax off of a cable network. Today, both are still on. Both are doing fine. Fox has more viewers than MSNBC and CNN combined. 4 years ago, the White House was actively pressuring big tech to censor Americans. You don't have to take my word for it. Mark Zuckerberg wrote the committee a letter, told us it was going on. He said, the Biden administration pressured us to censor. We did it. We're sorry. We ain't going to do it anymore. Today, they've changed their policies, got rid of the independent fact checkers, and actually embraced the First Amendment. Imagine that. And maybe the best example of what they were doing happened on the third day of the administration. An example we've highlighted many times in this committee in the last Congress. Third day of the Biden administration, there was an email sent from Clark Humphrey to Twitter. Email said, wanted to flag the below tweet, and we hope you can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP. Take down this tweet as soon as possible. And who was the tweet by? Who did the tweet? The guy who's going to be named Secretary of Health and Human Services here sometime this week, Robert F. Kennedy, who just happened to be the guy who was going to run against the very people trying to take down the tweet. What did the tweet say? Hank Aaron's tragic death is part of a wave of suspicious death among elderly closely following administration of the vaccine. He received the vaccine on January 5th to inspire other Black Americans to get the vaccine. There is not one thing in that two-sentence tweet that's not true. Absolutely true. But the Biden administration was pressuring to take it down. That's when the term, actually it's Mr. Schellenberg's term, the censorship industrial complex, that's what it is right there, front and center, and it's much broader than that. By the way, the guy who authored this tweet, who's going to be voted by the United States Senate to be the next Secretary of Health and Human Services, we had him as a witness in front of this committee 2 years ago. And when RFK Jr. came in to testify, Democrats made a motion to go to executive session. Executive session, kick everyone out so that no one could hear what RFK Jr. was going to testify to in a hearing on censorship. You can't make this stuff up. 2 years ago, we learned that 51 former Intel officials lied to the country when they said the Hunter Biden laptop story had all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. Today, all 51 of those people have lost their security clearance. A few years ago, GARM, the misnamed Global Alliance for Responsible Media, was coordinating an effort with major advertisers to limit ads on conservative platforms and websites. Today, GARM is out of business. Climate Action 100 a few years ago coordinated an effort of financial institutions to pressure companies to reduce oil and gas emissions and production. Today, Climate Action 100 out of business. A few years ago, the Stanford Internet Observatory was working. Today, they're out of business. INSAM was doing the same thing a few years ago. Today, they've stopped operation. What a difference a few years can make. And so much of this change started in October of 2022 when Elon Musk purchased Twitter. I think he said something like, I didn't spend $44 billion to buy Twitter, I spent $44 billion to save the First Amendment. And of course, that effort began with the Twitter files. And two of the Twitter files authors are with us today as witnesses. Matt Taibbi wrote the very first Twitter file, and I think 11 or 12 others over the time that all that information was coming out. Mr. Schellenberger was also an author, and as I said earlier, he's the guy who coined the term, the censorship industrial complex. Big government working with big universities, working with other government agencies, the White House working on all this, pressuring big tech to censor Americans' speech. Both Democrats, both award-winning journalists, both Democrats at the time when they testified last Congress, both award-winning journalists, both testified multiple times in front of this committee last Congress. And what was their reward for coming forward and defending the First Amendment? They were attacked. They were referred to in this committee as so-called journalists, even though they won all kinds of awards and are best-selling authors. They were asked to disclose their sources in a hearing by Democrats in front of this committee. And they were named personally in a letter by the FTC chair, Lena Khan, when Ms. Khan asked Elon Musk, who were the journalists you were talking to? And of course, maybe most importantly, we all remember that at the very moment Mr. Taibbi was testifying in front of this committee, the IRS was knocking on his door. Just one big coincidence. Very time he's talking to this committee, testifying in front of this committee, the IRS was knocking on his door. Ms. Subramanya was targeted for covering the trucker blockade in Canada. She also testified last year in front of this committee, and she warned us. She was ahead of her time. She warned us about what was coming in Europe and around the world with the censorship efforts we're seeing in other Western nations. One of the things she said when she testified almost 2 years ago, she said, what is under threat is a core value of Western civilization. Never forget that. Powerful statement, and that's what's at stake here. So I appreciate the work you've all done, what we've been able to uncover, appreciate the work of the president and Mr. Musk and what he's started with the Twitter files, and then what we were able to do with all these other platforms, and the dramatic change we have seen. But I am nervous about what's happening in Europe because it's the Digital Services Act they are using to pressure tech companies to censor globally, which impacts Americans as well. And this is something the committee is going to look into as we move forward. But I want to thank you all for being here today. And with that, I would recognize the ranking member of Treasury.
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
108,376. And part of the Department of Treasury, of course, is the Internal Revenue Service. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, big part, frankly, big part. Thousands of people work there too. And on December 24th, 2022, one of those 108,376 employees at the Department of Treasury decided they were going to start an investigation into you. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that just happened to coincide with the day you did one of the Twitter files. I think one of the important ones. I think it might be in the second one, second or third, but one of those important Twitter files. Is that right?
Yes, it was. It was.
And then a few months later, you're sitting in that same seat testifying in front of this committee, and the very time you're testifying, another one of those 108,376 people knock on your door. Unannounced visit to your home, which, by the way, they've discontinued because of this issue and a bunch of other crazy things they were doing. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record, they actually owed you money, right? You didn't do anything wrong. Is that
They
accurate?
did. They owed me
You
quite
got
a lot of
check.
money.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make that clear. But obviously, a way to intimidate someone who is focusing on this issue we're discussing today, right?
Yes.
Now, we just got an order from a judge. The judge in the Southern District of New York said that no political appointees or special government employees can have access to information. 108,376 people can have access to information, but the people the President of the United States selects, the guy who's elected by 77 million people, he can't preliminary injunction against the defendants during the pendency of this from granting any political appointees, special government employees from any access to that information. I don't know about you, Mr. Schellenberg, I find that kind of troubling. 108,000 people can do it, at least one of them, Christmas Eve. We got a federal government employees working hard on Christmas Eve, probably remotely working, going after Mr. Taibbi, but the President of the United States can't have people go in and look and see if we can save some money for the taxpayers. He can't do that according to this judge. Think that makes sense, Mr. Schellenberger?
It doesn't. I mean, my understanding is that the president controls the executive branch and the executive branch
Article
agencies.
2, Section 1, very first sentence, executive power shall be vested in the president, in a president of the United States of America. First sentence.
Yep.
Yeah, but this judge says, no. We got to trust the bureau. This is the fundamental issue. Do you trust the unelected bureaucrats, I think it was Mr. Tiffany and Mr. McClintock, or do you trust the guy who was elected by the people? And that's where I would rather put our trust in the people who they put in office to do these kind of things. Now, you mentioned earlier, I'm going to jump around here and try to get to all of you, Mr. Schellenberger. You mentioned that USAID, which has been in the news of late, spending taxpayer money on all kinds of stupid things, is also involved in the censorship effort. And I want you to just elaborate on that a little bit, because this is going on as we speak. I want you to elaborate on that for the committee, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to understand that USAID viewed this very holistically. And it's important, if you look at the Hunter Biden laptop case, which is an extremely important case to understand, because the FBI was weaponized, then it weaponized the Aspen Institute to brainwash the entire media. It wasn't just that they censored it. It was that they changed the perception of the laptop. They created the perception that it was something other than what it obviously was. And that's what these guys are trying to do. These are called information operations, and USAID has been in the process of taking over so-called independent investigative journalism around the world, and at the same time then training NGOs how to demand censorship. For example, Mr. Aaron's organization has been working to train organizations to so-called flag misinformation behind the scenes. By the way, it's one thing to criticize somebody publicly, which we should all be engaged in.
Yeah.
But this thing where you're skulking around,
We do that all the
and
time.
secretly, yeah, that's what open democracy is. This thing of going out and like secretly flagging information behind the scenes and demanding censorship, that's completely an abomination. That is not what
I just
our
want to be clear.
democracy is about.
You're saying USAID, your investigation is now engaged in this pre-bunking kind of concept
Yes.
and process that they did with the laptop story in the fall of 2020.
And it's the exact same approach as well, where often what they're doing, for example, with USAID, OCCRP, is that they're leaking intelligence from the intelligence
Yeah, scary.
agencies and not like WikiLeaks, where they just dumped it, I think, probably too much without the proper redactions, but they're strategically leaking it and then manipulating places like The Guardian and the New York Times to publish certain stories and control the whole investigative news process.
And we saw this from Yoel Roth's testimony. He testified during these weekly meetings that federal law enforcement communicated to us there was going to be hack and leak operations before the presidential election, likely in October. We had these so that what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and then they said here who it's going to involve, that there were rumors that the hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So they set them all up. And then Shazam, they set them all up because they had the laptop and they knew what was coming. And when it happens, Everyone buys into what the 51 former intel officials say.
That's right.
Mr. Subramanian, I want to give you the last word. RFK, I just want you to know, I appreciate the historical perspective you brought when you testified last Congress, but one of the statements that stuck with this last Congress was actually a statement made by RFK Jr. when he said, when you look at history, it is never the good guys who are for censorship. And that's what we're trying to keep in mind and stop it from both sides, from all sides. We just don't, we want the First Amendment. I'll give you the last 30 seconds here to respond.
Absolutely. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, and when I was here the last time, I think it was a throwaway comment to a representative. It was not even part of my testimony. I don't think so. And I said, the values of Western civilization are worth fighting for, going back to the Enlightenment and the Reformation. That is what gave us free speech. That's what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. And the First Amendment in America distinguishes America from the rest of the world. I come from India originally. I live in Canada. I'm from Canada. But I've lived in India. I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived in places where just speaking your mind can send you to prison. You cannot criticize anything that goes against the government or certain religions for that matter. And when I came to the West, it was, refreshing to finally be able to express myself. And unfortunately, what I left behind has come to me in Canada, has followed me to Canada. And I'm seeing that happening in the United States. And it's very worrying because it's happened so quickly, and I don't know where this is going to lead us to.
Yeah, if we can't settle our disputes with debate, the alternative is frightening, and we never want to get there. So I appreciate all of you. I appreciate from both sides. I mean, we want to embrace the First Amendment. Unfortunately, I have to run, Mr. Raskin and I have to run to the House Administration Committee to talk about the budget for this committee. And if you need, I should have said this at the outset, if any of you need a break, or we'll take it, but just let us know, just communicate with one of our staffers and we'll give you a break. If not, we're going to keep going. And I think it is the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes. Some closing remarks, and then I'll close.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for a fascinating hearing, and all of our colleagues and the witnesses for hanging with us. I taught constitutional law and the First Amendment for 25 years, Mr. Chairman, and I used to tell my students that the First Amendment's like an apple, and everybody wants to take one bite out of the apple. Somebody doesn't like left-wing speech, take a bite. Somebody doesn't like right-wing speech, take a bite. Somebody doesn't like DEI speech, take a bite. Somebody doesn't like gender ideology speech, take a bite. And everybody takes just one bite out of the apple, and at the end of it, you know what's left? Nothing. The apple's gone. It's been gobbled away, which means that we've got a responsibility to defend free speech in its entirety. Now, the hearing we've had today has been fascinating in a lot of ways. I do think that it ran roughshod over some basic constitutional distinctions that we do talk about in the First Amendment, like whether we're in a public forum or a non-public forum, a limited public forum, a private space, and all of that somewhat got stampeded in the political theatrics at different points. But one thing that struck me was the fundamental agnosticism I hear from a lot of my colleagues about whether something called the truth even exists anymore. And we are the products of an Enlightenment constitution by people who really believed in the idea of facts and empirical investigation. In fact, our entire judicial system is based on that idea. When people go and testify in court, they swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And then we have whole standards of evidence that are organized around whether or not the case has been made. In criminal court, have you been able to prove the facts so intensely that it's beyond any reasonable doubt? Or in civil court, by a preponderance of the evidence. And so our judicial system is based on the idea that there is the truth. If you think about it, Mr. Chairman, our democratic system is based on the idea that there's the truth. I heard people today and in other contexts saying, well, no, we don't want to take down Russian disinformation on social media sites telling people to go and vote on Wednesday, November 9th, if the election is Tuesday, November 8th. That's a violation of free speech, as opposed to just a lie and a fraud perpetrated on the public. But think about it. We don't have democracy if we don't have a concept of truth and the facts, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump might not like it, but there is an election and somebody wins and somebody loses, and he couldn't handle the fact that he lost in 2020 for whatever reasons, Financial, ideological, psychological, emotional, I don't know. He lost by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the election. And the vexed politics and the divided, polarized culture of our time all has to do with his inability to accept that, and then his inciting a violent mob to come and attack our police officers and wound them and hospitalize them and tear the country apart. But the reality is, at the end of every election, we decide the fact of who won and who lost. And the inability to accept facts and the idea that there are truths is a very dangerous thing for American democracy or any other democracy. And I'll just say finally, Mr. Chairman, there's an attack going on the media. I'm sorry that some of my colleagues didn't deal with the fact that, yes, President Trump has started to ban this media entity, to punish these various newspaper groups, to bring lawsuits for tens of millions of dollars on totally bogus, fraudulent defamation charges, and then forcing those media entities to settle with him as a form of financial and political tribute to the state. What is this? Castro's Cuba? North Korea? Come on. Could we get together on a bipartisan basis to reject that? Do we really have to be so stuck in our partisan encampments that we can't see that as a shakedown by the state against the people? So let's stand up for real, if we could, in this Congress, Mr. Chairman, for the freedom of speech, for the freedom of press, for the right to petition government for a redress of grievances, for the freedom of assembly, for the free exercise of a religion, and for no establishment of religion. Let's at least converge around that. And I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I would just say, first of all, thank you all for being here. To just in response briefly, I'm all for getting the facts and the truth. And the way you get there is robust debate. It's the First Amendment. Ms. Crockett quoted scripture. There's a great scripture, I think it's in Proverbs. It says, the first to present his case seems right until another comes along and questions him. It's called the principle of cross-examination. That's basically the First Amendment. One person says one thing, another person says something else, and we can figure out the truth and the facts. If you're just getting one side, and again, from left or right in a political context, that's the problem. I'm for the full apple, to use your metaphor. What I know is, I don't know Mr. Aaron's background, but I know these three people, for defending the full apple, to use your metaphor again, they've been harassed for doing it. Mr. Taibbi had the IRS knock on his door, for goodness sake. He had a Democrat member of Congress threaten to refer him to the Justice Department for prosecution, for goodness sake. Mr. Schellenberger's a wanted man in Brazil for standing up for the truth, for the facts. In fact, I'm going to ask a question here. Ms. Subramanya, I know what you did during the trucker blockade. I know how you've testified. I know, my guess, I don't know specifically, my guess you've been harassed and targeted as well for your defense of the truth and the full apple, to stick with Mr. Raskin's.
Absolutely. A few months after I wrote my story for the Free Press on the truckers' protest, in June of 2022, I found myself in a study on a list of people, of people where the author, a professor at a university in Calgary, which is a city in the province of Alberta, a federally funded study basically was accusing me of spreading Russian disinformation.
Yeah.
That's extraordinary. And I was featured on this list with Tulsi Gabbard and a bunch of other...
we know that whole spiel.
Yeah, and so when I saw my name on this list, I was absolutely horrified, because that is the chilling effect of...
So here are three individuals who value the First Amendment and the truth so much that they're willing to face the attacks that they've faced. Value the freedom of the press, freedom of speech, the rights we enjoy as Americans. So I want to thank you all for being here. You included, Mr. Aaron, but I especially want to thank you three.
Thank you.
Because it's been I know over the last several years, what you've had to endure, and your willingness to come back again, and we're going to have you back again at some point, because I don't think 9 hearings is enough on the First Amendment. I think, as Mr. Grothman said, we should do this every single week, because if you lose the First Amendment, you lose the right to debate, everything else falls apart, just the way it works. And so, again, thank you all for being here today. The committee is adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the gentleman for yielding. The budget resolution will allow us to cut taxes, reduce spending, help our national defense, and secure the border, which is exactly what we told the voters we were going to do in the election. I always say this, we make this job way too complicated. It's pretty darn simple. What'd you tell the voters you were going to do when you put your name on the ballot? If you get elected, go do what you said. The American people elected us. Majority in the House, majority in the Senate, 77 million voted for President Trump. We told them what we were going to do. Now it's time to do it, and this is step one of that process. Ranking member referenced the American people. We're remembering the American people exactly what we told them, why they elected us. And to do all that, it takes resources, particularly the one that focuses in our committee, securing the border. It takes resources, and the reason we need so many resources to secure the border is because the previous administration screwed everything up so bad. Day one of the Biden administration, they made 3 decisions. No more building the wall, no more remain in Mexico, and when you get here, you will not be detained, you will be released. And when you do that and advertise to the entire planet, those are the new policies, everybody comes. 10 million people came, almost the equivalent of the entire population of the state I get the privilege of representing. And so now to fix that, you got to find resources, you got to find savings, you got to do what we're doing in this legislation. Because it takes personnel, it takes equipment, it takes space, it takes detention beds, it takes judges, it takes lawyers to handle to secure that border and handle what needs to be done to fix what they caused, what they created. So I want to thank the chairman and the good work he's done, the Republican members of the Budget Committee for putting this together. Look, he's right. If we don't do this, taxes are going to go up on the families across this great country. I don't want the taxes to go up on the families I represent in the 4th District of Ohio. I don't want that to happen. I want the border secured. I want to reduce spending because I know we're running trillion-dollar deficits and we piled up $36 trillion in debt. And I want to help our national defense because it's still a dangerous world. Just got back from Israel last week. We know how dangerous it is. They know how dangerous this world is. So this bill is common sense, and it's step one of a 3-part process to get us to what we told the American people we were going to do, what they elected us to do. And that's why I hope we can pass this. I urge a yes vote. And again, thank the chairman for his good work and his committee's work. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Knows what would have happened. It was just through the work actually that we did here. So the justice system, again, was not working at that time. With that, I will yield to the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Swecker, how long were you at the FBI?
24 years.
24 years. Distinguished career?
I'd like to think so.
I think so, too. Assistant Director of the Criminal Division. That's a pretty darn important position you held. In that time at the FBI, did you ever deal with confidential human sources?
Yes.
Regular basis?
Yes.
What can you tell me? Well, let's frame it this way. 26 of them were there on January 6, 2021. And we know at least 17 of them did something they weren't authorized to do. Is that typical?
I wouldn't say it's atypical. I mean, informants are generally in the criminal mix, so they often find themselves in places where there are crimes taking place, yeah.
So it was okay for them to do something they weren't authorized to do on January 6th?
No. There's a process for the FBI to authorize ordinary criminal activity, and it has to be in, they're very structured about how they handle informants. If an SAC, a special agent in charge, authorizes ordinary criminal activity, it's going to be in the file.
And have you read the Inspector General's report on these 26 confidential human sources?
Not the entire report.
But according to the Inspector General, they were not authorized to do so. They were not authorized to enter the restricted space, certainly not authorized to go in the Capitol.
Right.
And we know 17 entered restricted space, 4 went in the Capitol. Yeah. How does it normally work? Do you think these guys were, I'm just asking as an expert, 24 years, Assistant Director of the Criminal Division, you think these guys were paid for what they were involved with or what they did or what they witnessed, how they informed, whatever they did on the 6th? Do you think they were paid by the taxpayers?
By the time they're fully vetted informants, they generally are paid to be where they are.
So certainly the two, or is it fair to say the two who were asked to be there by the FBI that particular day were probably on the payroll?
I would say yes.
Okay,
I think
so
that's
they
a
were
good
being paid
guess.
by the taxpayer, most likely being paid by the, to be fair, most likely being paid by the taxpayer, and they went, 2 of these 4 went into the Capitol who were being paid, or who were asked to be there. So they're asked to be by the FBI, likely being paid, and they did something they weren't allowed to do.
Right.
And why was it that every time Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, came in front of the committee over the last several years, and we'd have some Republican members would ask him about any confidential, why was he so reluctant to just say, yes, they were there?
I think it was an embarrassing thing for the Bureau, for the public
So
to know
there's
that they had
there's
that
no
many
proce-
informants on the
No
premises.
procedure, nothing prohibiting from him telling us, we're not asking for their names, we're not asking to identify them.
Right.
Certainly, we understand that's part of your
Right.
investigative techniques and tactics. But there was nothing prohibiting Christopher Wray from telling us, yeah, there were confidential human sources there that day.
There was nothing prohibiting that I know
But
of.
he went out of his way to make sure we couldn't get that information. And then we didn't get that information, frankly, until after the election, 4 years later. They didn't need to wait 4 years to tell us what they knew on January 7th.
Right.
Well, actually, they knew on January 6th, because they asked some of these people to be there.
It's pretty extraordinary because my mind goes to prevention. If they had that many informants out there, what were they doing and why weren't they reporting on what was going on ahead of time, and why didn't the FBI take steps to prevent what happened?
Because if these guys were helping, actually doing what they're supposed to do, we might have prevented some of the things that took place that day, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Fahey, is it appropriate for, with the special counsel, Mr. J. Bratt, to say to a defendant's counsel, to say that we didn't know you were a Trump guy, and we thought you would do the right thing, and we understand you're interested in this judge position? Is that appropriate behavior from someone in the special counsel saying to a defendant's counsel?
That would be highly inappropriate.
That is as bad as it gets, isn't it?
That would seem, I don't recall anything even remotely comparable or even hearing of anything.
But Stanley
remotely
Woodward, who this happened to.
Right, and I know it's shocking to me when I heard it, and it was only until I heard it multiple times that it was like.
One of the many things that were shocking about this special counsel, the idea that in the special counsel case in Florida, they mixed up the stuff that they got, they screwed it up and had to file with the court. Oh, the classified documents that we said Mr. Trump, that President Trump mishandled, we actually mishandled. They had to file that with the court, didn't they?
Yeah, and it's sort of the irony of it all, of holding one standard to President Trump and a lower standard, not only for them, but also.
One last
for
question
Biden.
for the three of you. Why all the pre-dawn raids? What they did to Mr. Houck, what they did to Brian Malinowski. I mean, let's assume I'm not sure Brian Malinowski did anything wrong, but let's assume he did. Had 6 firearms, sold 6 firearms he wasn't supposed to sell. Why in the world would you knock on his door, have 10 cars pull up, coordinate with local police, put the tape on the doorbell cam, and do what they did, which resulted in his loss of life? Why would you do that? We'll start with Mr. Breen, since you haven't answered anything yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, the outrageous thing, too, so they overdo it. And I got to tell you, I asked for body cam footage from the feds. They're not wearing the body cams. They're not on. The only people I could get was from the Pennsylvania State Police. They gave me a full video of the
Yeah, you're talking Mr. Houck. You're talking about Mark.
for
Yeah,
Mark,
in case
for
you
Mark
had.
Houck.
Understand,
So
understand.
that you can't even figure out, what are these folks doing? You know, they tape the Ring doorbell.
Well, they did the
something
same
stinks.
thing. The point is, the consistency, and they did the same thing with Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Houck was acquitted by the jury, found not guilty by the jury. Mr. Malinowski wound up dead because he thought he was being robbed, and he defended his home and then was shot in the head and died a few hours later. It's terrible what happened. And you know the interesting thing about the Malinowski case? They were surveilling him for weeks. They were all set to go do this raid pre-dawn still the week before, and they found out he wasn't there. They were going to get the firearms. He didn't need to be there. Why in the world would you do that and jeopardize life? And of course, the worst thing happens. Mr. Swecker, would you? That's not how it's supposed to operate, is it?
No. You know, most of the time, you do a couple hours of surveillance, you get the routines down, you catch them walking out to the car when they're unaware.
You know,
maximum drama is the only thing that you could surmise.
The only explanation could be that, because they followed him, and they could have went to the airport where he worked, where everyone knew. It was so ridiculous. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this hearing, and thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before us and the time they spent. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. And Judge Marchand himself was very politically connected, particularly through his daughter. However, I did want to make an announcement. This is a one-time only appearance pretty much here. Kind of scheduling issues for now on for those who come regularly will be in the other room that usually the Judiciary Committee is in. I now recognize the great chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Jim Jordan, for his opening statement.
I don't know about the great part, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. They could never tell us who planted the pipe bombs on January 6th. They could never tell us who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and they could never tell us who put cocaine at the White House. but they sure had time for a lot of other things. October 2nd, 2021, they set up a snitch line to report moms and dads who have the nerve to show up at a school board meeting and advocate for their son or daughter. On September 23rd, 2022, 10 unmarked cars pull up to Mark Houck's home, arrest him in front of his wife and 7 children. And what did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? Praying in front of an abortion clinic. And when some crazy guy comes up and starts yelling obscenities in his kid's face, he makes sure he deals with that guy. He went to court. The jury found him not guilty. On November 18th, 2022, the chairman talked about this. Actually before that, summer of 2022, raid on President Trump's home. President Trump's attorney said, you can come. They were working with him. No, we got to do a raid. We had actually Mr. Stephen D'Antuono, head of the Washington field office, tell us how wrong that was, how they broke all kinds of protocol. 2 months later, Mr. Garland appoints Jack Smith as special prosecutor. And as the chairman pointed out in his opening statement, the lead prosecutor, Jay Bratt, used the promise of a judgeship to try to pressure one of the defendant's lawyers. You're not allowed to do that. We're going to talk to Mr. Bratt at some point in this committee. We'll have him in for a deposition. January 23rd, 2023, FBI Richmond field office issues a memorandum where it says, if you're a pro-life Catholic, you might be a domestic violent extremist. Can't tell us who put cocaine at the White House, but you can call Catholics extremists. Spring of 2023, 2 brave whistleblowers come forward and tell us about the sweetheart deal that David Weiss was trying to do for Hunter Biden. Of course, those guys' reward for coming forward as good, brave whistleblowers was to have their security clearances taken from them and be retaliated against. 6:01 a.m., March 19th, 2024, Brian Malinowski, Little Rock, Arkansas, highest paid official in the Little Rock government, runs the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport. 6:01, all these folks show up in the morning. First thing they do is put tape on the doorbell cam, and they're coming after Mr. Malinowski, a warrant to search his home because they believed he had sold 6 guns that he wasn't supposed to sell. 6:01, tape on the doorbell cam. 53 seconds later, Brian Malinowski shot in the head, later dies. They could have handled that. So, I mean, the SWAT team and everything else, just talk to his lawyers. You could have, all kinds of ways you could have handled that to avoid the terrible outcome. We had Brian Malinowski's spouse here last Congress. His lawyer testified. Tragic story because of this Justice Department, the previous Justice Department, the way they handled things. And don't forget, December 12, 2024, when the Inspector General told us about the 26 confidential human sources who were there on January 6, 2021. 17 went in restricted space, which they were not authorized to do. 4 went in the Capitol, which they were not authorized to do. None of them were charged. 2 of the 4 who went in the Capitol were asked to be there by the FBI. We got all kinds of questions about that incident, about those confidential human sources, all kinds of questions we want answered. Now, thank goodness, and the chairman referenced this as well, thank goodness Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino are now going to be running the Justice Department, where we won't have this kind of ridiculous focus on agencies being turned on the very people they're supposed to serve. We sent 7 subpoenas today. 7 subpoenas that we sent asking for information about all these issues. We want everything you got so the American people have answers. Maybe it's not as bad as I think, but one thing I've learned in my time in Congress with these investigations, every single time, the only thing we get wrong is it's always worse than we thought. It is always worse than we thought. So maybe I'll be proven wrong this time, but we're going to get that information. I think the date's March 7th. They're supposed to have this information back to us. So I want to thank the chairman and the good work I know he's going to do this Congress, the great work he's done on our committee for having this hearing, taking a look back at what we saw from this ridiculous previous Justice Department and the good work I think we're going to see from the folks who are now running that critical department and agency. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, I was just going to make a point. Earlier, one of our Democrat colleagues talked about Kash Patel running the ATF. What I will say is this. When the ATF was run by someone else, I know some of the crazy things that happened. Any of you ever heard of Brian Malinowski? What happened to Mr. Malinowski? They said that he had somehow sold, he's accused of selling 6 firearms that he wasn't supposed to sell. Instead of going, they had a search warrant, instead of going there to Brian Malinowski while he worked, highest paid municipal employee in Little Rock, Arkansas, worked at the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport. Instead of going to the airport and talking to him, going to his house, and then doing the search warrant, they decided they were going to do a pre-dawn raid. And they were all set to do it on one particular Friday, and then they found out he wasn't home. So they called it off, and they said, we're going to wait till the next Friday when he is home and go at, again, pre-dawn raid. 10 cars pull up, ATF agents and local police. They go up. The first thing you see from the doorbell cam is them putting the tape on the doorbell camera, and then 53 seconds later, Brian Malinowski is shot in the head because he does what any normal person would do. It's why what Mr. Kiley brought up about the crazy law they're proposing in California. He was defending himself. He thought he was getting robbed. Defended himself, gets shot in the head, and dies several hours later. That's the ATF before. So you can criticize Kash Patel. That's ridiculous. Thank goodness he is running the ATF. We don't have the same people who ran it when that happened to Mr. Mountain. Made no sense. 53 seconds. Why not just execute the search warrant like you should? Why not talk to him? Why not pick him up at the airport, Mr. Malinowski, we're going to your house. Call your wife, let him know where we're coming. We'll go there. We'll execute the search warrant. No, they couldn't do it that way. So I think the good Lord, Kash Patel is running the FBI and, frankly, interim director of the ATF. I don't know if you guys want to, Ms. Miller, you can say something, or Mr. McDermott, I'll let you guys say something if you want, but I thought.
Amen.
Amen. God bless you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'll yield the rest of my, I appreciate you, the witnesses here today. Appreciate the chairman, the good work he does. I yield the rest of my time to the chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ritter, are knives included in the definition of arms under the Second Amendment?
Certainly, they have been considered arms for millennia, perhaps man's oldest.
Is there any cases, Supreme Court or other federal cases that shed light on how knives are protected under the Second Amendment?
Certainly, both Heller and Brune bring up the subject of knives as arms, and they are certainly protected by the Second Amendment.
Under the COPA, Knife Owners Protection Act, the purpose of that is allow someone to move from state to state, and while they're actually in transit, they don't have access to their knives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so that's why there's been bipartisan support. Generally, they don't have access to those knives, but they also shouldn't be prosecuted for transporting their knives across state lines.
That is correct. I mean, the reason we get bipartisan support is because the bills that we propose are all about criminal justice reform and people not being stopped simply because they're carrying a knife with no criminal intent whatsoever.
And in COPA, there's a provision dealing with private right of action. Why is that so important to the bill?
Private right of action is very important to COPA because COPA is closely related to the Firearms Owners Protection Act. In fact, it was originally based on that. And unfortunately, the Second Circuit in Taraco versus Port Authority determined that those sorts of claims do not give rise to a private right of action. So in some of the states where folks are most in danger of being prosecuted for having an illegal knife, even if they were to follow lock them up according to COPA, there's a precedent that they have no right of action, and without a right of action, there's very little deterrence for rogue law enforcement or prosecutors to go after them, despite what Congress's intent may be.
Thank you. With that, the time, I'm going to yield it back to Mr. Jordan, who's gone, and so the time has expired. And now I recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Laurel Lee. I'm sorry, Florida. I'm sorry. What did I say?
California.
Oh, gracious.
Uh-oh.
Understandable mistake, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jordan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It backfired, didn't it, Mr. Epstein?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the gentleman from New York, our colleague on the other side, talked about he'd trust 12 jurors in New York, but the real jury was the 330 million Americans. I mean, we, the people, are the ultimate jury in our great country. And you think about what did, I love the list you put together, I think on page 1 or 2 here of your testimony, but it was the dossier, false dossier that they took to a secret court to get a warrant to spy on a presidential campaign. That wasn't enough. The Mueller investigation, they could do all the Trump-Russia Mueller investigation finds no collusion, no coordination, none whatsoever. Then they raid his home, part of the Jack Smith investigation, Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, the other Jack Smith investigation, the 14th Amendment, and the American people saw through it all. Saw through it all because it was lawfare. I mean, the Democrats' argument seems to me to be, criticizing lawfare is worse than the lawfare itself. It's just not what it is. So tell me this, part of this lawfare and some of the details, who's Matthew Colangelo?
Matthew Colangelo was an acting Associate Attorney General in the Garland Department of Justice, who then moved to the Manhattan DA's office to work on the Bragg prosecution.
What did he do before he was at the Department of Justice? Where did Matthew Colangelo work prior to that?
I don't recall.
I think it was the New York Attorney General's office, wasn't it?
Makes sense.
Tish James's office. So here's a guy who worked for Tish James, then worked for the Biden-Garland Justice Department, and then Alvin Bragg says, we want him to work for us. And according to media, he came to work for Alvin Bragg for what reason? I think you put it in your testimony.
Yeah, he obviously was motivated by the case against President Trump.
Yeah, to jumpstart their investigation, I think is the term that was used in the press. And we asked for any communications between Alvin Bragg and the Biden Justice Department, and they said, we've looked and we can't find any. But you disagree with that. You disagree with what Mr. Garland told this committee, the House Judiciary Committee. You disagree with that. Tell me why you disagree with that.
Well, it's not just a question of disagreement, it's a question of fact. The New York Manhattan DA's office let America First Legal know that there were 36 responsive records.
So when Merrick Garland told this committee, we can't find anything, that wasn't accurate, was it?
I'll let this committee make that inference, but it would seem so.
Wasn't accurate based on what Alvin Bragg told the court, right?
Correct.
Wow, well, go figure. So we'd like that information. That's going to be, I think, the next thing we ask the Attorney General Bondi, if we can get access to some of those 36 responsive records that you talked about. Now, Mr. Twilliger, this legislation that we're talking about, where you can take the case to federal court when you got some state local prosecutor coming after a federal official, it's not just for Republicans, is it?
It's certainly not. And in fact, both as to formers and as to the reinstalling the substantive scope, expanded scope that Congress intended going back to at least 2011, I think every former official of the Biden administration would cheer you on.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just as important for if some prosecutor in Arkansas, Oklahoma, some red state decides for whatever reason he's going to, I would assume he'd do it based on the facts and the evidence, but let's say it's maybe a little shaky. Maybe not, maybe it's a great case, but still we're saying, okay, to the chief of staff of President Biden, Mr. Zients, if they're coming after you, you can move that to federal court. You don't have to go into some state court in a red state. You can go to a federal court. It applies across the board because we want equal treatment under the law in this great country.
So true, Mr. Jordan. And the fact of the matter is that I really would urge, particularly your colleagues on the other side of the aisle on this committee, to go back and look at what those two Democrat-appointed presidential judges said in the 11th Circuit case. They recognize just how perniciously dangerous it is. What is a chief of staff supposed to do when the president says, I want you to set up a phone call, I need to talk to so-and-so. Oh, wait a minute. Am I going to get in trouble with Fonnie Willis because I do this?
Yeah.
It's absurd.
No, it's absurd. That's absurd. And just the overall attack on executive privilege, for goodness sake. And this goes clear back to George Washington, something we have honored. And the people most close to the president are the White House counsel and his chief of staff, and they've always had that privilege there until now. In their effort to get President Trump, they said, we're going to violate something that's been around since Washington. and they did this. And what we're saying is, let's at least fix it so you can go to federal court, fix part of it, so you can go to a jury that's different than some local prosecution, some jury at a local level.
Yes, sir. These are quintessential federal questions that have to be brought into federal court.
I thank the chairman and our witnesses for, I'm sorry, Professor Foley, I didn't get to you. I usually like to try to get a question to all of our witnesses in these type of hearings, but with that, I will yield back to the chair.
I thank the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. One thing that was raised earlier was a little bit is about how, 15 years ago, the DOJ may have gotten a little bit politicized.
This is Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Johnston, who's Abraham Gonzalez?
Thank you, Congressman. He is a individual that was released from the county jail on Friday in the city and county of Denver.
That's all you know about him?
I do know that he was facing charges that the
Venezuelan gang member arrested by Border Patrol on September 20th, 2023, released into the country by the Biden administration. A few months later, he's arrested in your city, charged with aggravated assault. On March 11th, 2024, he's charged with motor vehicle theft, stole a car, and then on March 20th, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with felony menacing. 6 days after that last charge, ICE sends you a detainer, which includes an administrative warrant. Basically, it says if you're going to release this bad guy, this gang member who allegedly stole a car, menaced people, and assaulted people, give us a 48-hour heads up. Is that right? That refresh your memory?
I do know about the detainer request. I do know that we provided a notification of release.
What kind of notice did you give ICE when you released him?
We gave him notification. I'm not sure how long in advance
1 hour.
it was. I do know that.
1 hour.
I do know that there were
1 hour notice, and you released him 5 days ago, right? Why not give him more heads up? Actually, let's put the slide up. Let's see what it says here. But let's put the slide up. This is what the Denver Sheriff's Department, it's kind of hard to see, so I'll read it. It says, Denver Sheriff Department, ICE notification being released to the streets. I simply said, just release him to us. You release him to the streets. Why not release him to ICE?
Thank you. What we've done, and we do this regularly, we've done 1,226 of these, is we notify
I'm
ICE.
asking about one. I'm not asking about the other 1,200. I'm asking about Mr. Abraham Gonzalez, who's a gang member from Venezuela, stole a car, assaulted someone. You had him in your custody for how long?
I know that we released him.
345 days you had him in custody. And I said, hey, can you give us 48 hours heads up?
I don't know.
You gave him 1 hour notice.
Mr. Congressman, we notified them released. There were 6 ICE agents present when he was released, so they had enough time to respond and to be present.
Respond where?
To the jail where we released him from. So we released him we notified them of the release time. When we notify them of release, they come to the jail facility to pick them up.
Why didn't you say, that's not what you said. You said you released him to the streets. Did you release him to the streets? You release him to ICE?
What we do, sir, is we release him from our county jail, and we coordinate with ICE on that release time and release date so that ICE can come and pick them up from that location.
Pick them up where? In the parking lot?
Yes, sir. They're on the facility
Guess
property.
what happened in the parking lot?
I know, sir. I've reviewed the video. So I looked at it. I've talked to the sheriff last night.
One of the ICE officers got assaulted, didn't he?
I've reviewed the video,
They had
sir.
to tase the guy, didn't they?
Would you like me to answer, sir?
No, I'd like you to answer. Did they tase him?
I know that there were 6 officers that had multiple tasers. I saw the
So they
detention
had
on
6
video.
officers. If you keep him in the facility and they come in the facility and get him, does it take 6 officers? Probably takes 2, doesn't it?
So we've been doing these, as I mentioned, 1,224 times, 1,226 times. This is the first time I've been made aware of there's been an incident like this. So I reached out to ICE after I saw the video. I've coordinated with their team and offered to sit down and see if there are procedures we can change to make sure this works smoothly.
It's a simple question. You can release him in the parking lot, give ICE 1 hour notice, and they got to send 6 officers to arrest this guy. Or you can say, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to hold him. You come in and bring 2 officers in, and you turn him over there. Why not do it that way?
We have a city ordinance.
You know why you don't do it that way?
We have a city ordinance that governs.
Because you're a sanctuary city. This is the whole point.
No, sir, I disagree with you.
Oh, okay.
Because I'll tell you why. If you talk about sanctuary as a definition of shielding people from law enforcement, we do not do that. What we do is provide services. In this context, what we did is we coordinated the release.
An officer got assaulted because of your policy, which says we're going to release him to, in your words, not mine, to the streets. They have to arrest him in the parking lot. They bring 6 officers when they could have had 1 or 2 just come in your facility, in the jail, and take the guy there. But you won't do it that way.
I've seen the video. I've reached out to ICE.
don't care if
I've
you've seen the
offered to
video. I
sit
know the
down and
facts,
coordinate
too.
on strategies. If we need to make adjustments to what we do on releases, we'll do that. This is the first time in the 1,226 releases
You know, I
I've heard
read
an
your,
incident,
I read your
so we'll
written
take
testimony
action.
last night. I read your written testimony last night. 4.5 pages. And you used the word safe, safer, or safety 13 times. Talking about my job is to protect the safety of the people in Denver. We prioritizing making sure everyone in our community is safe. That's a lie. Because it was not safer for the ICE agents who are part of your community. No way was it safer. The safest thing to do is to say, ICE, we got him in custody. Come here, we're releasing. We held him 345 days. We can't hold him a second longer. We can't wait for you to come inside the building. We got to let him go, so you have to arrest him in the parking lot. That is how stupid sanctuary policies are and what they mean to the community that you put at risk and to the ICE officers ICE officer who was assaulted. And they had to use a taser on it's not good.
Mr. Chairman,
Time, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes is up.
Consent request.
Twilliger, and thank you, the witnesses. I think the chairman of the committee seeks recognition.
If I could, if the chair would indulge, I have one other question.
I would be happy to.
Give an extra question to the ranking
One
member.
question, I'd be happy to give you another question if you'd like it. Yes, sir.
Just wanted to underscore a subject we got in right at the end of my 5 minutes with Mr. Twilliger. Mr. Twilliger, why do we have executive privilege?
It's an excellent question, because the president needs the most candid possible advice that he can get, and his aides have to know that if they say, no, Mr. President, that's a really dumb idea, that communication is going to be privileged and protected.
Who ultimately benefits from executive privilege, though? Who's the
The people.
We the people, exactly. It doesn't exist to protect the president or his staff. It exists for us, for the American people, we the people. That's why you want candid communications to take place between the top officials in the West Wing so they can make decisions that benefit we the people. And the left has said, we want Donald Trump so bad, we're willing to forego that, hurt the people, so we can get President Trump. And thank the good Lord, it didn't work. I yield back.
I'll recognize the ranking member for the gentleman used about a minute and for a question that's along those lines.
Oh, I have to ask a question, not just make a screed?
You can use your minute as you see fit as the ranking member.
Can we just bring this back to maybe why we're supposed to be here? We're looking at this statute, Professor Besky. Why did the Supreme Court in Mesa say that federal officers have to have a colorable federal offense, and what would this statute do to it?
That's because of Article 3. Article 3, we live in a system of enumerated powers per the Constitution. Just like Congress has a list of things it can do under Article 1, so too, there's a list of things that courts can do, and that's Article 3. And you can't, even though you have power to confer on lower federal courts what they get to do and whether they exist, you are bound by Article 3. And they have to have a federal ingredient. And that federal ingredient is, as Mesa said, that federal ingredient is the colorable federal defense. And Mesa said, here's what it's not. It's not just you have a federal job and this is one of your federal job's duties. Mesa rejected that.
So it's pretty well established, and so this attempt would expand federal jurisdiction beyond Article 3 boundaries, and that's why we suggest everyone should oppose it. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I think for her indulgence, try to do to recognize you equally. I appreciate the witnesses. This concludes today's hearing. We thank the witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee. Without objection, all members will have 5.
Good to be with you, Casey.
So just want to start with a simple question. Do you believe, as President Trump does, that Judge Boasberg should be impeached?
Well, normally, as Chief Justice Roberts has pointed out, the remedy for bad decisions is the appellate court. But it seems to me you may have something a little different here. This judge's decision was so ridiculous, it seems to be political. And then when you add to it the history of Judge Boasberg, his work with the FISA court, back in the whole Trump-Russia baloney, that whole, fake collusion thing that they talked about, the Democrats talked about forever. And then, of course, his sentencing of Kevin Kleinsmith, the guy who lied to the FISA court, altered a document back during that same time frame. I think you might have here a judge who's acting in a political fashion. That is a different question. And so for us Republicans, and I think folks on the Judiciary Committee, all options are still on the table. we're going to do some research, we're going to dig into this, and we're going to find out. And then I think when you really step back, Casey, and look at how stupid the decision was by this judge, I mean, he basically said, well, not basically, he did say, turn the plane around, bring back gang members, hardened criminals who've done all kinds of bad things, who are here illegally, turn the plane around and bring those bad guys back to the country. I think just on its face, this is ridiculous. And so it sure looks like the judge is acting in a political fashion.
I completely understand the argument that people are making about whether the planes whether these people should have been deported or not. I want to get a little bit more clarity on what you're saying. What specifically has Judge Boasberg done that you believe is an impeachable offense under the constitutional description of high crimes and misdemeanors?
All I'm saying is if you're acting in a political fashion and not just, following the law, ruling on the law, and I would argue that, frankly, just his ruling in and of itself, remember, the Constitution is pretty clear. Article 2, Section 1, very first sentence says, power in the executive branch shall be vested in a president of the United States. The president has the authority here. Second, he followed the statute.
Isn't there a major body of law that shows that he would probably be likely to win?
Predatory incursion, and that he followed the statute. And then third, the president told the country he was going to do this. It's not like it's a surprise to anyone, let alone this judge. He campaigned on it and said he was going to do it. So I think when you put all that together, that's what makes this decision look so political on the part of Judge Boasberg.
But Mr. Chairman, and we actually showed how many times the president said exactly that he would use this law when he was on the campaign trail. We showed our viewers some of that yesterday. So I do take that point. But given all these arguments, if you think that this is, and there is an enormous body of law out there, some of it built during the Bush administration, which I know, you were here in Washington during a lot of this, that suggests that the president actually might win this case on the merits in the longer term under the normal process. So if you're the White House, why not put that appeal through? Why not use the process that's available to you right then?
Well, there, in fact, may be an appeal process. I know we got all kinds of cases. I think 15 different cases now where there have been some federal district judge who's done some kind of injunction, ruled against President Trump in just 8 weeks of him being in office. So those are all going to get challenged. You go through the appellate process. That may, in fact, happen in this particular case, too.
Sure.
All I'm saying is this judge looks different than some of the other things we have seen. And the pace that were 15, I think in the Biden administration, it was like 13 in the entire 4 years. There have been 15 of these in 8 weeks. So again, that's a concern. It's why 2 weeks ago, the Judiciary Committee, we passed legislation which said when a federal district judge in Timbuktu, California issues an injunction, it should only apply to the parties of the case in that respective jurisdiction, not apply nationwide in some of these other cases that we're dealing with. We think that's good. We passed it through the committee. We'll try to look to pass it on the House floor and move it through the process.
Sir, let me ask you about something you said partway through your first answer, which is this question. You are in charge of the House Judiciary Committee. Do you plan to hold hearings that may look at the impeachment of Judge Boasberg or other federal judges?
We're gonna hold hearings on this entire issue. The 15 injunctions that have been done in an 8-week time frame, Judge Boasberg's decision. We plan on holding hearings, hearing from experts, talking about this whole kind of body of law, this whole situation. Again, everything is on the table. We're considering all options. That's why we passed legislation. There may be another legislative remedy we want to look at. But we do think it's important for us to gather information, get input on this issue. We're looking maybe even as early as next week having a hearing in one of our subcommittees. We're not ruling out anything. I never do that.
Do you think it'd be politically risky to hold impeachment hearings for judges, considering the incredibly narrow House majority?
Look, I'm not saying we're going to go there. All I'm saying is I think this is a concern. Judge Boasberg has raised concerns with us Republicans on the Judiciary Committee, Republicans in general, over the years. When you go back and look at the whole FISA situation, remember what happened there, where the Comey FBI took a dossier that was paid for by the Clinton campaign, hiring the law firm Perkins Coie, who hired Fusion GPS, who hired a foreigner, Christopher Steele, who wrote this bogus document full of all kinds of falsehoods. The Comey FBI took that document to the FISA court, and they got warrants to go spy on the other party's presidential campaign. And Judge Boasberg was a part of letting that happen. And then one of the guys who lied to the court, Kevin Kleinsmith, got a slap on the wrist for actually altering a document in front of that secret court. And now he comes out with this decision, and we're not supposed to look at that? Of course we're going to look at that. You'd be crazy not to. So we're going to look at that, but all options are on the table, legislative and anything else, and that is the approach we're taking as we begin to hear from experts in hearings we plan to have over the next several weeks.
Have you spoken with President Trump about this?
I've not. I mean, I talk to him on a very regular basis, but I've not spoken to him about this particular issue. Maybe it'll come up. I'm going to see him later this week.
Okay, good to know. Do you think that part of why he called for the impeachment of this particular judge is personal, is to do with what you just outlined?
I don't know. I think it's probably because President Trump is doing exactly what he told the voters he was going to do, and you got a judge who says, turn the plane around, bring the bad guys back to America. Maybe the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And frankly, when the American people hear this, they're like, what is this judge doing? The president runs the executive branch. He's the one who put his name on a ballot, got elected. He's entitled to make these kind of decisions and not have some judge jump into the executive branch function and say that he can't do it. And particularly when the people we're talking about are really bad guys who did really bad things and aren't citizens of this country. That's the bottom line. So when you got a judge who does this, it makes you wonder, is this judge operating in a political fashion? And then when you look at the history of this guy, you say, sure looks like he is.
All right. Congressman, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask you about something else a little bit closer to home for you, because there is a Republican primary in the gubernatorial race in your home state of Ohio. President Trump endorsed Vivek Ramaswamy. Do you support Vivek Ramaswamy for this post?
Yeah, I like Vivek. I think he'll be a great governor of our state. There's some other good guys who are talking about running, but Vivek's the guy I think who's going to win this thing, and I really like his energy. I like his conservative philosophy. I like the fact he's talking about getting rid of the income tax in our state. So I think Vivek's a great candidate and will be a great governor when he wins the election here in our great state.
So we should consider that a formal endorsement. All right.
I like Vivek. I really do.
Okay. Congressman Jim Jordan, Mr. Chairman, thanks very much for being with us today. I hope you'll come back.
You bet. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Maher, who is Uri Berliner?
Mr. Berliner is a former senior editor.
That's all?
A former senior business editor for NPR.
How long do you work at NPR?
I believe he was there just over 25 years.
25 years? Award-winning journalist? Did he win any awards?
Our time to
Peabody Award? That's pretty important, isn't it?
That is, absolutely.
So pretty distinguished journalist, right?
Certainly.
And he wrote a long story about what you do at NPR. Is NPR biased?
Congressman, I have never seen any instance of political bias determining editorial decisions. No.
Well, Mr. Berliner, in his story last year, wrote, in the D.C. area, editorial positions at NPR, he said he found 87 registered Democrats, 0 Republicans. Is that accurate?
We do not track the numbers or the voter registration, but I find that
concerning. Was award-winning journalist who worked 25 years at NPR, Mr. Berliner, was he lying when he wrote that?
I am not presuming such. I just we don't track that information about our journalists.
87 to 0, and you're not biased?
I think that is concerning if those numbers are accurate.
It's concerning. I mean, it wasn't 44-43. It wasn't 60-27. It wasn't 70-17. It wasn't even 80-7. It was 87 Democrats, 0 Republicans, and you say NPR is not biased. How about the big stories over the last few years? According to Mr. Berliner, again, he wrote on the Trump-Russia story, he wrote, at NPR, we hitched our wagon to Trump's most visible antagonist, Representative Adam Schiff. He said they interviewed him 25 times. Is that accurate?
I was not there at the time, but those numbers sound accurate. Yes.
Those sound accurate. But then he said when the Mueller report came out and Robert Mueller said he found no evidence of collusion, he said Russiagate faded from our programming. Is that accurate?
Again, I was not there at the time. I couldn't say.
You couldn't say?
I was not at NPR at the time.
You didn't prepare for that? You knew we were going to ask you about this guy, didn't you? It's come up like 6,000 times already in the hearing.
I just couldn't say whether it faded from our coverage, sir.
How about this story? October 2020, the New York Post had the Hunter Biden laptop story, and one of those editors, I guess one of those 87 Democrat editors, said this: we don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. We don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' times on stories that are just pure distractions. Was that a pure distraction story?
Our current editorial leadership believes that that was a mistake, as do I.
Yeah, the whole country knows that was a mistake. Definitely impacted the election, or I think it certainly impacted the election. How about the COVID origin story? That's a pretty big story too, right? Mr. Berliner said, we became fervent members of the team natural origin, even declaring that the lab leak was debunked by scientists. Turns out, though, the lab leak is what most people think actually caused the COVID virus.
Sorry, is there a question there?
There is. You guys were 0 for 3 on the three of the biggest stories in the last 5 years. You guys were 0 for 3, and yet you maintain that NPR is not biased?
Congressman, I do not believe we are politically biased. No, we are a nonpartisan organization.
Nonpartisan organization. What's happening to your listeners over the last 5 years? Went up, down, or stayed the same?
It has gone up and down and is now going back up.
Well, I thought 5 years ago it was at 60 million. And you said in your opening statement, I think 43 million.
That's correct.
So 43 million now, and it was at 60 million 5 years ago. I can do some math. That looks like it went down.
And is now going back up.
Is now going back up?
Yes, it is.
How much has it went back up?
It's gone up a couple of millions over the past years.
So you went from 60 million to 41 million. Now you're back up to 43 million.
In a year's time, I'm very proud of that growth, sir.
Okay, you're proud of that growth. Okay. But over 5 years, this went down 18 million.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Should taxpayers subsidize NPR?
I believe that taxpayers subsidize local stations, sir. That is the vast majority of what
I thought you said you got 11 million from Corporation of Public Broadcasting, which is taxpayer funded directly to you, right?
That is to support the public
and
radio
then local
satellite
stations
system.
get it from the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, right? They get taxpayer
100
money.
million that goes to the local
100 million goes to
yes.
local stations, and then those local stations buy back programming and content from you. So that money goes to local stations, comes back to you, gets routed through the local stations, all taxpayer money.
Those fees are actually based on private donations rather than on federal funding.
Well, we all know money's fungible, so some of it gets put in there.
Certainly, we could agree that money is fungible.
What? More money for less listeners. You fired the guy who pointed all this out, who said that you were so biased to the left that you lost listeners, which is exactly happening, and you're here maintaining that, oh, you need to continue to get taxpayer money.
I did not fire Mr. Berliner, sir.
Okay, the guy that left after all that. Understand. Are you fundraising off today's hearing?
Sir, I believe that there was a message that went out earlier today letting people know we were coming in. Yes.
Yeah, and at the bottom of the message it said, donate now, right?
I don't recall the exact language.
I can show it to you. Right there it is. Donate now. I mean, I'm not against fundraising. We all do it. I mean, I get it. But it's, I assume this fundraising thing is probably going to all the left listeners who are subsidized content by the taxpayers, and that's the
gentleman's
rub.
time has
That's
expired.
the rub. I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Randall from Washington for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. You know,
Chairman of the full committee for his opening statement, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who decides? That's the fundamental question. Who gets to make the call? Is it the guy whose name was on the ballot, or is it some bureaucrat? Is it the guy who got 77 million votes, or some district judge? The left always says, trust the bureaucrat, trust the judge. It's the Faucis, it's the Boasbergs who get to make the call. After all, they're the experts. They're smarter than we, the people. They're smarter than all us hillbillies in flyover country who voted for President Trump. Trust them. That's not how it works. We, the people, have the power. You know what's interesting? For all the left's talk about democracy, they don't really trust it. Last summer, they kicked their nominee off the ballot without a vote, without an election, and they put someone else on the ballot without a vote, without an election. So of course they like some judge issuing orders or injunctions that stop the head of the executive branch from doing what he said he was going to do when he ran for the job and when the American people elected him. Think about it. Here in D.C., an elected judge thinks she's better equipped to determine military readiness than the commander-in-chief. An unelected judge in California thinks he gets to decide how many probationary employees work in the executive branch, not the guy who was elected to run the executive branch. Another unelected federal district judge here in D.C. thinks he gets to decide how long illegal gang member terrorists stay in our country, not the president, not the commander-in-chief. And now that same judge gets randomly assigned, randomly assigned the Hegseth case, and he'll get to determine who the Secretary of Defense can talk to and how he has to do it, not the president. I think Americans see through this all. They know Representative Iss's legislation is exactly what's needed. They know who they elected, and they want him to make decisions that affect the executive branch, that affect our country. So I want to thank our chairman, Mr. Issa and Mr. Roy, for this hearing. I want to thank Mr. Issa for his bill. Mr. Schmidt, a member of our committee, who we put an amendment, his amendment on that bill, which I think makes it even stronger. We passed that legislation 4 weeks ago. It's going to be on the floor tomorrow. It's going to pass the House. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. Ms. Romero, what you've went through, thank you for coming. And of course, Speaker Gingrich, for your half a century of service to the Constitution and the country, thank you for joining us. That is the question, though. Who decides? The individuals that we, the people, elect, or someone else? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Rossi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We now go to the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Shaw, so was Judge Boasberg correct when he said turn the plane around?
So, I think that protecting the jurisdiction of his court...
That wasn't the question. Was he correct when he said turn the plane around, bring the guys back who harassed Ms. Romero, drove her out of her home, harassed her neighbors, shot her car? Was he correct when he said turn the plane around, bring those individuals back to the United States?
Based on the record before him, I think that was an absolutely defensible decision to have made in the time-pressured condition.
Ms. Romero, what do you think? You agree with the professor and with the judge? By the way, three of those individuals on the plane, Thomas Murillo Pena was wanted for kidnapping in Chile, was in the Denver area where they got him. Javier Vargas Lugo, attempted kidnapping, was in the Denver area. Nixon Azusa Perez was in the Aurora area. He may have been one of the guys who harassed you. Do you think that plane should have came back and brought those individuals back to the United States?
I feel safer every time a plane is loaded up and leaving this country.
Yeah, I was, the previous member from California talked about your riveting testimony. One of the lines you had in your testimony that got everyone's attention was, quote, there are no government programs to grant citizens temporary protected status from imported gangs in our country. Amen to that. There is none. And that's why this is so important that we move these people out. Mr. Speaker, should the judge who's been assigned the Hegseth case, Judge Boasberg, should he recuse himself from that case? And understand the standard, I know you do, Speaker. The standard is a reasonable person. Would a reasonable person believe that this judge can't be impartial with this case? And I would just remind you of a couple things. This is the judge who was on the FISA court when they granted warrants to spy on President Trump's campaign. This is the judge who handled the Kevin Kleinsmith case, an FBI lawyer who lied to the FISA court to help get those warrants and was given a slap on the wrist by Judge Boasberg. Not my words, the Wall Street Journal said it, because it was. He was a member of the bar, lied to a court, and got some probationary sentence. So now this judge said, turn the plane around, and now he's been assigned the Hegseth case. And I'm just asking, do you think Judge Boasberg should recuse himself from that case?
I think this is a classic case where the Chief Justice should intervene. I mean, when you have a blatant, continuing record of prejudice, that judge should not be put in charge of a case. And as I said earlier, I'm not for going through the whole process of impeachment because I think it's at a practical level not possible. I am, however, for using the potential capacity of the Congress to simply defund, which Jefferson did and which clearly is possible. But I think what you just described is illustrative of why I use the term coup d'etat. You have a small group of people who believe that they have the right to arrogate rejecting the American people and doing whatever they want and cooperating with people who clearly were behaving illegally. I mean, that's one of the great tragedies of the last 6 or 8 years is it's the government which has been illegal. It's the FBI which was illegal. And how can you possibly have the rule of law when the people in charge of the law are illegal? I think in that case, you raise a very powerful point.
Mr. Larkin, should Judge Boasberg recuse himself in the Hegseth case?
Oh, I don't want to offer an opinion about a specific case that I'm
know only.
Do you think Judge Boasberg, based on what the speaker just said, what I highlighted, think Judge Boasberg has a bias against President Trump and what he's trying to accomplish?
That's just phrasing the same question another way. I don't want to comment on opinion.
That's what we do in Congress. That's what
Yeah, I
lawyers
know.
do a lot of time.
Yeah, when I was an agent, we did the same thing to see if we could get the suspect to say something
How
different.
about this, Speaker Gingrich? I think you're exactly right. We have 3 avenues to address this. We can do legislative, which we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to pass Chairman Iss's bill, which says that some district judge injunction doesn't apply nationwide. We may want to come back with another bill that says automatic appeal to the Supreme Court, what you've suggested, and we're looking at that very thing. Second, we have oversight, which is what we're doing now. We're highlighting how ridiculous some of these decisions have been. Yeah. And third, what you pointed out is we got the appropriations process. The ultimate power we have, Mr. Massey's right, the power of the purse, we should use it. We should use all 3 of those avenues to make sure the will of the people, we the people, gets accomplished.
Well, my personal view is that if you were to pass the ISA bill tomorrow, you just sent a very clear and compelling signal to the Chief Justice
Sure did.
that he had better get out of lecturing the Congress and get into managing the judiciary, or he's going to be facing a real crisis of the system and a real erosion of judicial authority.
Well said. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The judicial branch in our country plays a critical role in checks and balances.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Goodin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Shaw, earlier you said that you worried that some of the intent of these actions will have a chilling effect to disincentivize the taking on of clients, and that the legal system we have requires lawyers to take on unpopular clients. Would you expand on that, please?
So, lawyers, the idea that even individuals charged with crimes are entitled to counsel and to vigorous representation in their defense, regardless of what they may have done, is actually a core kind of belief pillar of our legal system. And so that's one example. Individuals, even charged with serious crimes, have a right to counsel.
So I guess one of the things that I struggle with is after the 2020 election, one of the groups that comes to mind is the 65 Project, which is a legal activism campaign seeking to disbar and discredit Trump-affiliated lawyers who worked on lawsuits supporting Trump's attempts to question the 2020 election. They're a dark money group, and I don't recall my colleagues or you speaking out against this. And in fact, there were attorneys that were disbarred for representing their client. Now, sure, there's folks in this room that didn't agree with them. But one of the things you said during that time was, quote, there need to be serious social, professional, and reputational kinds of sanctions if we want to disincentivize this kind of conduct. And I think this kind of conduct is perhaps taking on a client that supports a belief that maybe is not popular. And I really hope that we'll get away from this lawfare. And that's something that was prevalent over the last 4 years throughout this campaign, and now we're seeing it from this judiciary. And I'm disappointed in this judge, but I am happy we're having this discussion, and I'll yield the balance of my time to Chairman Jordan.
Oh, I thank the gentleman for yielding. Some of the previous speakers on the other side have said, members on the other side have said, attacks by President Trump, I think I got this right, attacks by President Trump on the judiciary are dangerous. They said criticism of judges weakens the judiciary. Mr. Larkin, have Democrats ever criticized the judiciary?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me an example that maybe comes to mind? I mean, I have several, but I want to know what's one that comes to mind for you?
Well, I guess the best example and recently was the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs to overturn Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, where like hundreds of churches and pro-life centers were attacked and firebombed and got all kinds of criticism coming from people that have. How about this one? How about the minority leader in the Senate said, I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you've released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. How about that one? You remember that one, Speaker Gingrich, from Senator Schumer?
Well, I think it's fair to say that the passion of the left when the court does the wrong thing probably is more professionally organized than any passion on the right. But look, I mean, Franklin Roosevelt tried to pack the court. He was a Democrat. There's a long tradition in America that we're allowed to argue over. The courts they're not temples. This is not a religious judicial system. It's a secular judicial system.
Yeah, fair enough. And look, we're going to criticize decisions all along. We're getting it one way. This goes both ways. Both sides have criticized the courts, criticized decisions. We're allowed to do that in this country. That's the way it works. Professor Shaw, do you think it was appropriate for what Senator Schumer said on the steps of the Supreme Court when he said you will pay the price, referencing two sitting members of the United States Supreme Court?
I think he should have phrased it differently. I'm sure he feels the same way.
What about the Dobbs leak? What do you think about that and some of the comments that were made after that decision was leaked? Think that was good?
I'm not sure what comments you're talking about. That there were very, very sharp criticism of Justice Alito's opinion in Dobbs. I think that's perfectly healthy, yes.
I think we had a member said that there should be impeachment for the decisions that happened after the Dobbs decision. There should be impeachment of one of the Supreme Court justices. A member of Congress said that. Do you think that's appropriate?
Impeachment rhetoric is something that we have seen from time to time. I guess I'm not categorically opposed to talking about it. I think introducing resolutions, as we've seen, has been a significant escalation. And of course, it would depend on why. I mean, I think there was serious discussion of impeachment of several sitting Supreme Court justices over ethics matters in the last few years. I don't think there's anything unhealthy about those discussions.
It's okay to talk about impeaching Supreme Court justices. It's okay to add 4 associate justices to the Supreme Court, and you had no problems with the comments made after the Dobbs leak. Is that your testimony?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what specific comments you're talking about, but criticism of the substance of the Dobbs ruling, I have no problem with that.
Okay, I yield back.
The witnesses have been very kind, and there are more people that want that kindness. So with that, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
I'm now going to recognize the chairman of the full committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous speaker talked about facts. Here's one fact I know. It's night and day dealing with the Bondi Patel Justice Department versus the Garland Ray Justice Department. Under the Pam Bondi as Attorney General, the Foreign Influence Task Force, that group that was responsible for censoring Americans, has been disbanded. The school board's memorandum has been rescinded. We sent 7 subpoenas to Kash Patel 5 weeks ago. The response we've gotten is unbelievable compared to what we got under the previous Justice Department. He's actually given us thousands of documents already, new information that we tried to get from Director Wray that he wouldn't give us. We've already received. We'll be talking about some of that. So that is the fact. Complete change from where we were with the previous Justice Department. The previous Justice Department, of course, that couldn't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who leaked the Dobbs opinion, who put cocaine at the White House. Couldn't tell us answers to those questions. But they had plenty of time to put together the memo to say we're going to investigate moms and dads at a school board meeting, as the chairman pointed out. They put together a memorandum. We've now learned it wasn't just in the Richmond field office, but in other field offices where they were equating pro-life Catholics to extremists. We know they raided the president's home. We know they retaliated against whistleblowers. They even put together, the previous speaker talked about politics. Politics, the FBI created a questionnaire where they asked their employees about other employees who were maybe giving information to us as whistleblowers. Did that person support Trump? That is as political as you can get. So the real thing here is it's literally night and day, the difference between the kind of information that we're able to receive, the help that we're getting, and the focus on going after traditional bad guys, not having half your agents and half your budgets focused on surveilling the American people. Let's go get the traditional bad guys. That's what Kash Patel is doing at the FBI, getting the FBI back to the mission they've had before, which I know some of our witnesses who served there are going to talk about. So I thank the chairman for putting this together, and I thank our witnesses for being here, and I yield back.
The chairman of the whole committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whitson, before you got what Mr. Johnson described as high-paying job as Senior Director of Federal Affairs Foundation for Government Accountability, you worked in the FBI, is that right?
Yes.
10 years in the FBI?
Yes.
And prior to that, you were in the United States Army?
Yes, sir.
300 combat missions in Iraq, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your time at the FBI, you were special agent in the Directorate, supervisory special agent in the Directorate of Intelligence. Is that accurate?
Yes, Chairman.
In your testimony, and I just want to get you familiar with this subject matter, in your testimony you said one of the ways we can eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse is including the overspending on confidential human sources. You said that in your testimony, right?
Yes, Chairman.
Are you familiar with the Inspector General's report about the confidential human sources who were there on January 6, 2021 here at the Capitol? Have you read the report?
I haven't read that closely.
Well, let me tell you a few things that they say in there, and I want to ask you a few questions. He said there were 26 confidential human sources there at the Capitol that day. Does that surprise you?
No.
Doesn't surprise you. Okay. He said 17 of those 26 confidential human sources entered restricted space they weren't allowed to go into. Does that surprise you?
No.
Doesn't surprise you. They did things they weren't allowed to do.
Well, I'd need more details about, so were they doing it on their own? Were they told to do it? Were they, that kind of thing?
We want to know the answers to those questions too.
Yes, sir.
4 of them went inside the Capitol, and 2 of the 4 who went inside the Capitol were specifically asked by the FBI to be there that day for this. Does that surprise you?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
But I need to know more facts.
And does it surprise you that any of them, none of these individuals, to our knowledge, were charged with anything?
No, I mean, if they were tasked to be there.
Okay.
I would need more information.
Okay, well,
I'm
in
sorry.
your testimony, you talked about overspending on confidential human sources. Do you believe, is it likely these 26 were being paid by the FBI at the time they were doing this?
I think that's, if they are a confidential human source that's actually on the books, then it's highly likely that they were
Highly
paid.
likely they're being paid.
If they were
even
tasked to do
Even
that.
if they weren't specifically asked to be there that day? You think there's likely they were paid?
So if they weren't asked to be there, I think usually they're giving us like a lump payment periodically, so it wouldn't be for a specific tasking necessarily. It'd be hard to answer that.
Are you familiar with what was released here earlier this week, the text communications between FBI agents regarding October 14th, 2020 New York Post story on the Hunter Biden laptop? Have you had a chance to review those?
I haven't seen those text messages.
Well, let me just read a couple to you here. It says, nobody on the call is authorized to comment on the New York Post story. Twitter is treating this as disinformation. I just want to read something that took place earlier that day. The way this day worked is the story came out. That day, Elvis Chan, a guy with the FBI, is meeting with the tech company, something he did on a regular basis in the run-up to the 2020 presidential election. At that meeting, someone asked, hey, there's this New York Post story. Is the laptop real? And we know this took place because we deposed Mr. Brady Olson, and he gave us this information. And he said, when that question was asked, the response was, yes, the laptop is real. Then we get these text messages, which we didn't have before, we just got them this week, these text messages which relate what happens after that. So the FBI has confirmed to Twitter at a FITF meeting on October 14th that the laptop is real. And then we have these text messages back and forth where they says no one is authorized to comment further. Twitter is treating this as disinformation. You find that troubling that the FBI knew something was real, confirmed it at a meeting, then changed their story and went to no comment, no further comment, and allowed the tech companies to run with the idea that this story was disinformation?
Yeah, I do think that's problematic, and I do think the relationships that they tried to build with members of the FBI with these other organizations were problematic.
Yeah, and the ranking member said, oh, the Republicans want to say the FBI was political, and what really wasn't the case. If this is not political, I do not know what is, because this was the whole basis for the 51 former intel officials doing their letter. And the FBI knew. Now we have written evidence they knew, coupled with the deposition we took before where they admitted this. And then later in the day when they're meeting with other tech companies, they go with no comment. And they even admit here Twitter is running with the disinformation story. Even before the 51 intel officials come out with their letter, which is baloney, they're running with that. And the FBI was part of fostering and promoting that story.
It's unacceptable.
Totally unacceptable.
And it shows how one bad apple, and there were probably others, but you can see how much of a problem that is. And that one bad apple behaves that way, the entire Bureau's reputation is impacted. Yeah. Trust is lost across the country. And so that's why it's so important to find folks like that, going back to the entrenched bureaucrats. You have to find them and remove them because that's all it takes is one bad apple.
I think that was point one in your testimony, which is exactly what Ms. Bondi and Mr. Patel are doing, is getting rid of those individuals who foster this kind of political environment where you're going after your political foes, where you're telling things, saying things, allowing things to be believed that aren't accurate when you knew the truth all along.
That's right. True.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has
Mr. Chairman.
expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a UC request.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent to submit a CNBC article entitled "Elon Musk, who co-founded firm behind ChatGPT, warns AI's one of the biggest risks to civilization, where Elon Musk states, quote, "We need to regulate AI safety. It is, I think, actually a bigger risk to society than cars or planes or medicine," close quote.
Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, and Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan is now recognized for 5
Let
minutes.
me first do unanimous consent in light of the previous question.
Chairman's recognized.
I'd like to ask unanimous enter into the record story from the Hill. The FTC must be held accountable for its widespread leaks of confidential data.
Without objection.
Mr. Chilson, you worked at the FTC, is that right?
That's right.
Chief Technologist at the FTC, I think was your title?
Acting Chief Technologist, yes.
Yeah, and you focused on, I'm looking from the bio here, the economics of privacy, blockchain-related issues. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Work for the commissioner.
Yes,
Yeah, and you're an attorney as well?
I am, yes.
You understand the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, all the things, they teach us in law school and all that, all those important. Is it appropriate for the FTC to ask an American company, the journalists, that they have communicated with?
I don't think so, sir.
I don't think so either, but that's exactly what happened at the FTC Mr. Bedoya works at just a couple years ago. They sent a letter to Twitter after Mr. Musk had purchased the business and said it's recently reported that Twitter has been providing certain third-party journalists information. And they named the journalists. Barry Weiss, Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, Abigail Schreier. They name the journalists, and they say this: identify all journalists and other members of the media to whom you've granted any type of access to the company's communication. Is that appropriate?
I don't see what it would have to do with most of the types of actions that the FTC would bring.
Seems to me it's totally getting at, violating the First Amendment, freedom of the press. You got a right as a company, people in a company, to talk to journalists. And yet the FTC wants to know any and every journalist you've communicated, name 4 specifically, and wants to know any others you've talked to. What do you think, Mr. Chilson? Pretty bad stuff that was going on there?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this then, too. They also they wanted to know every reason why Twitter terminated former Twitter employee Jim Baker. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Chilson? Why they'd be asking about that guy?
I don't know much about that, and I don't know why they would.
I got my hunches. Jim Baker was the general counsel at the FBI when the FBI was doing all the crazy things, going to the FISA court, getting warrants, spying on presidential campaigns. He then goes to work at Twitter. Mr. Musk buys Twitter and says, I'm going to get rid of this guy. And now the FTC wants to know why? I find that strange, too. Every journalist you've talked to and why you got rid of Jim Baker. Let me ask you another one. Ernst & Young was named the assessor in the consent decree focus between the FTC and Twitter. The specific assessor was a guy, David Roque. He testified under oath and said, quote, that if Ernst & Young did not include negative findings against Twitter, the FTC raised the specter that it would create other challenges for Ernst & Young over time. Does that seem to be the kind of communication that should be going from the FTC to the assessor at Ernst & Young, Mr. Chilson?
It seems like a form of soft coercion.
Yeah, is that accurate, Mr. Bedoya? Did you guys do that? Mr. Roque, again, this is under oath in the case. Is that what happened at the FTC? Why would you tell Ernst & Young, you better find out the right thing, you better find something negative against Twitter, you may not get business with us over time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. I'm not familiar with that particular communication, and so given that I am under oath, I don't want to give a wrong answer here.
So are you disputing whether it happened or not? It's a court filing.
No, sir, I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying I'm not familiar with that particular communication. And like you said, I'm under oath.
I'm asking you if it's appropriate or not. It happened. Here's what he said. If Ernst & Young did not include negative findings against Twitter, the FTC raised the specter that it would create other challenges for Ernst & Young over time. You hire Ernst & Young to be assessors in these kind of consent decree arrangements all the time. You can see the obvious threat there. I'm just asking if that's appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, who is saying that statement? Who's writing it?
Documents that David Roque communicated in the court that we have that point this out.
Forgive me, Mr. Rell is an Ernst & Young executive?
Yeah, he's the assessor you guys hired.
And he was, I'm sorry, I take this very seriously, and so what I would ask is if you submit it for the record, I'll take a good look at it and give you a full and complete answer. But I'm not familiar with the context of the statement.
Why'd you have to know about Jim Baker? why he was terminated. Companies are allowed to fire people.
Mr. Chairman, I did not sign those CIDs. I did not sign those subpoenas, and so I don't know the exact circumstances surrounding that individual.
Okay. No comment there. All right. Mr. Coniglio, Mr. Bedoya raised three concerns earlier, and I just got a few seconds, but I wonder if, and any of you three can comment on this. Three warnings that he pointed out: vertical integration, AI keeping private data private, and then the surveillance concern. Do you have a different perspective on those three concerns, or tell me what your thoughts on the three warnings he laid out in his testimony?
Thank you for the question. I can start with the first one about AI partnerships and vertical integration and anti-competitive conduct. I think that the concerns about foreclosure, which are the typical anti-competitive harm that you think about when you go with vertical integration, are certainly very premature at this stage. We see robust competition at the foundation model level and the cloud level, which suggests that a vertical integration between, let's say, a cloud company and a foundation model is unlikely to result in any sort of exclusionary conduct. With respect to the partnerships and sort of a horizontal, so to speak, reduction of competition between, let's say, a big tech firm that may have a partnership, and the idea being that because they're investing in these companies, they're less likely to compete. Again, I think it's unlikely that that's going to result in a substantial lessening of competition, again, because of the robust competition that exists at the foundation model level, but also because of the pro-competitive benefits that these partnerships can have, specifically providing AI foundation model startups with the sort of patient capital they need to grow sustainably and actually innovate faster.
Okay, I know I'm out of time, but can you talk about the privacy issue real quick too? Any one of you want to talk on the privacy? I mean, I have concerns about this whole facial recognition and stuff, and some of the examples that Mr. Bedoya gave in his testimony. So, give me your quick thoughts on that, and then I'll be happy to yield back, Mr. Chairman.
So, in many ways, the privacy issue in artificial intelligence, especially these deep learning models, is much more complicated than it is in the form of social media. And so, when you train these models, what you get is something that does not have any of the actual training data in it. So you can never look into a model and see the specific training that was in there. So the privacy implications here are ones more on the inference side and not about actual data being in these. Okay. And so it's much more like remembering that something happened, but not remembering it precisely, and therefore I think I think the privacy concerns are less.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I ask unanimous consent to enter the record the letter from Gary Shapiro and Kinsey Fabrizzo of CTA dated April 2nd, 2025. Also, the statement of Jennifer Huddleston from Cato dated April 2nd, 2025.
Are you familiar with what was released here earlier this week, the text communications between FBI agents regarding October 14th, 2020 New York Post story on the Hunter Biden laptop? Have you had a chance to review those?
I haven't seen those text messages.
Well, let me just read a couple to you here. It says, nobody on the call is authorized to comment on the New York Post story. Twitter is treating this as disinformation. I just want to read something that took place earlier that day. The way this day worked is the story came out. That day, Elvis Chan, a guy with the FBI, is meeting with the tech company, something he did on a regular basis in the run-up to the 2020 presidential election. At that meeting, someone asked, hey, there's this New York Post story, is the laptop real? And we know this took place because we deposed Mr. Brady Olson, and he gave us this information. And he said, when that question was asked, the response was, yes, the laptop is real. Then we get these text messages, which we didn't have before, we just got them this week, these text messages which relate what happens after that. So the FBI has confirmed to Twitter at a FITF meeting on October 14th that the laptop is real, and then we have these text messages back and forth where they says no one is authorized to comment further. Twitter is treating this as disinformation. You find that troubling that the FBI knew something was real, confirmed it at a meeting, then changed their story and went to no comment, no further comment, and allowed the tech companies to run with the idea that this story was disinformation?
Yeah, I do think that's problematic, and I do think the relationships that they tried to build with members of the FBI with these other organizations were problematic.
Yeah, and the ranking member said, oh, the Republicans want to say the FBI was political, and what really wasn't the case. If this is not political, I do not know what is, because this was the whole basis for the 51 former Intel officials doing their letter. And the FBI knew Now we have written evidence they knew, coupled with the deposition we took before where they admitted this. And then later in the day when they're meeting with other tech companies, they go with no comment. And they even admit here Twitter is running with the disinformation story. Even before the 51 Intel officials come out with their letter, which is baloney, they're running with that. And the FBI was part of fostering and promoting that story.
It's unacceptable.
Totally unacceptable.
And it shows how one bad apple, and there were probably others, but you can see how much of a problem that is. And that one bad apple behaves that way, the entire Bureau's reputation is impacted.
Yeah.
Trust is lost across the country. And so that's why it's so important to find folks like that, going back to the entrenched bureaucrats. You have to find them and remove them because that's all it takes is one bad apple.
I think that was point one in your testimony, which is exactly what Ms. Bondi and Mr. Patel are doing, is getting rid of those individuals who foster this kind of political environment where you're going after your political foes, where you're telling things, saying things, allowing things to be believed that aren't accurate when you knew the truth all along.
That's right. True.
I yield back.
Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for his
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act allows government to conduct surveillance of foreigners, as the title would suggest, outside of the United States for intelligence information. Okay, that's all well and good. We like that. They get that information, they bring in this giant database, this what I call the haystack of information, and then they do queries, which is a fancy word for search. And they search Americans, American phone numbers, names, email addresses. They search America. They call it queries, but a query is a fancy name. Query is a fancy name for search. 3 million times they did it in 2021. And here's the kicker. The FBI, when they did all these searches, didn't even follow their own rules. You don't have to take our word for it. The Inspector General said 278,000 times the FBI didn't even follow their rules for conducting these searches on Americans, not foreigners. So the ranking member's right. We got 12 months from now when we get a chance to go at this issue again. We were close last time. We lost a warrant requirement in a vote, 212 to 212. I'm going to do everything, and I know the chairman is, and I appreciate the ranking member's comments. We're going to do everything we can to make sure we have that warrant requirement. Here's the way it works in our country. If you're an American citizen and the government wants to go look at your stuff, they got to go to a separate and equal branch of government and get a warrant. It's pretty simple. That's what we want. Plain and simple. And we were one vote away from passing it in the House. Who knows what would have happened in the Senate. But I know I'm committed. I know the chairman of the subcommittee is committed, and the ranking member, I appreciate what he's done over the years in defending the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and we look forward to working with him on this issue. We need to do this to protect American citizens and stick with, as the ranking member said, the way it's always worked. You want to look at someone's stuff? Go get a warrant. Go to a separate branch of government, get a warrant. That's how probable cause. And here's the other thing. We even put exceptions in there. Exigent circumstances, something really bad's going to happen, or you give permission because there's some cyber attack on you or your company. We put exceptions in there. We'll put them back in again. Sometimes I thought we put too many exceptions. We'll do it again, but we got to win. We got to win this issue 12 months from now, April, I forget the date in April, but it's April next year, and we got to make sure we win this. And I appreciate the chairman bringing our witnesses here. Thank you for coming and having this hearing on this very important, fundamental issue for the American people. I yield back.
Gentlemen. It seems to me that the problem here is we have people not doing their jobs in Washington, and they want to blame local governments and put the pressure on them. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Chairman Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, are you familiar with the Department of Homeland Security Immigration Detainer Notice of Action form? You familiar with these forms?
I've heard of them, yes.
Yeah, okay. And these forms, down about halfway down the page, it says, it is therefore requested that you, this is going to local law enforcement, requested that you notify DHS as early as practicable, at least 48 hours if possible, before the alien in your custody is released. All right? Is that partisan, or is that just common sense?
Depends on who you ask, but it is common sense.
The ranking member said we need to function in a bipartisan way. I don't think that's partisan. That's just saying, hey, you got a bad guy, at least someone who's been charged with crime in your possession. He's also an illegal migrant. Can you give us a 48 hours heads up before you release him to the streets?
Sure.
That makes sense to me, right? I don't think that's partisan. I think that's just common sense. Mr. Hallman, are you familiar how this form works? that this detainer process is supposed to work? All right, the next line says, maintain custody of the alien for a period not to exceed 48 hours beyond the time. Again, we're requesting you do that. They're not demanding, we're just requesting you help us out. Law enforcement working with other law enforcement to protect the safety of law enforcement and, of course, the public at large, beyond the time when he or she would otherwise have been released from your custody to allow DHS to assume custody. Again, that seems like common sense to me. But sanctuary policies prevent these two requests from taking place. Is that right? If you're a sanctuary state, sanctuary city, you don't comply with these. You may give them we're going to give you a 10-minute notice. We're going to release them and then tell you we already released them. That's how it works in these sanctuary cities, in these sanctuary states. Is that right, Mr. Hammond?
That's correct, too. It's even interesting, too, under the Biden administration, you have a lot of state and local law enforcement who think that they're not going to comply with ICE based on their experiences under the Biden administration. ICE had policies in place that made it so hard for enforcement and removal officers to actually work with these jails.
Yeah.
They made it next to impossible. So you have all of these jails that think, oh, I don't know if I'm going to comply. I may get penalized if a state puts an aggressive restriction on that. But everything is going to be streamlined. They want to comply. It will be a good process.
Yeah, let's put up on the screen. Are you familiar with the name Abraham Gonzalez, Mr. Hammond? Do you know this guy? Abraham Gonzalez?
I do not.
Okay, this guy was released this year, February 28, 25. He was released. Look at what the sheriff's department put here. This is a ICE notification. They put the stamp on there, being released to the streets. Now, this guy had been in custody for 345 days. And ICE had sent this very form asking, hey, can you give us a 48-hour heads up before this guy who was charged with aggravated assault, charged with stealing an automobile, charged with menacing, can you just give us a heads up? And guess what Sanctuary City, Denver did? They called him 1 hour before, and ICE couldn't get there, and they released this guy to the streets as they stamped on the form. Now, what I find interesting, can we put that back up again? What I find interesting is under the section flag, see it over there on the right-hand side? It says he's cleared, but then look what it says, violent to staff. So the very people who released him to the streets knew this guy. He'd been charged again with aggravated assault, stealing a car, but he'd also been violent to the very people in the jail who were holding him, and they still wouldn't give notice to ICE. And then, as I said in my opening statement, this guy is released to the streets. ICE goes out to arrest him. Officer gets hurt. They had to tase the guy so the migrant gets hurt. Tell me how that is not, tell me why that we should have that kind of policy happen, Mr. Hammond.
Well, we shouldn't. It doesn't keep our communities safer in any sense. And again, what they're trying to do here is they say, hey, at least we tried. An hour, heads up, or whatever. But how can they look at that man to release him on the streets, knowing the crimes that have been committed, knowing that risk? How can they say, hey, we'll see you later, as he goes off and could potentially commit another crime down the line? I mean, is it worth it to instill trust with the immigrant community? How about, the citizens, and how about the harm that they could face due to the unknown of releasing a dangerous criminal alien to the streets?
They knew this guy had a propensity to be violent to law enforcement because he had done it in their very jail, and they can't give federal law enforcement a heads up. Sheriff Wagner, would you have given him a heads up?
I think in that circumstance I would.
Yeah, you certainly would, but for people who do what you would do, you're now getting sued for that, right? Your attorney general is coming after you.
Yeah, and as the gentleman over here said, we should stay out of local business, right? And so here I am with the state attorney coming down on me for trying to juggle the whole mess.
Because that's how law enforcement, you're supposed to work with other law enforcement when you can, not violating the Constitution, just be in good common sense way to make sure people are safe, law enforcement safe, public is safe, and frankly, as I said before, even the migrant is safer when you do it that way, when you do it the common sense way versus the sanctuary city way. And that's what we really have to, I think, that's really the decision here. Common sense or sanctuary city way. I think common sense wins out every time. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Nadler.
Suicide by cop. The guy had a hit list in his pocket. He had 6 names, Republican members of Congress, on a piece of paper in his pocket. Comey, McCabe, Wray, they all knew that it was domestic terrorism, but that didn't fit their narrative. Because this was the FBI that spied on a presidential campaign. This was the FBI that said if you're a parent going to a school board meeting, you need to be investigated. This was the FBI that said if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist. This is the FBI who raided President Trump's home. And this is the FBI who had 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol on January 6th. And it's the same FBI who can't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who can't tell us who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and who can't tell us who put cocaine at the White House. So we shouldn't be surprised that they reached the wrong conclusion. They knew what the facts were, as Dr. Jackson just said, and as the chairman just said. The good news is, as Ronnie indicated, we now have folks running this organization who are actually focused on doing what the FBI should be doing, on getting the truth to the American people, on dealing with bad guys. Cash Patel's doing a great job. Pam Bondi at the Justice Department, Todd Blanche and their team are doing a great job, and that's the good news. So I want to thank the chairman, both the chairman of the subcommittee, the chairman of the full committee, and all these guys behind me who work on the Intel Committee for the good work they did over several years, as you know. And of course, we really want to thank, on that day, the Capitol Hill Police, who saved our colleague's life and did so much good work in a terrible situation. But for the FBI to give us this baloney and hang with that crazy story for this long, but for the work of these folks, we'd have never got the truth. But them telling us the wrong thing is consistent with all the other BS they did over the last several years. Thank goodness we got an FBI that's now focused on doing the work they're supposed to do. I yield back to the chairman.
Thank you.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pertel, any idea how many inmates in federal prison are not U.S. citizens?
I actually do not know that, sir. I'm sorry.
Mr. Potter, do you have hazard a guess or no?
I do not know.
Mr. Wild?
I do not know.
Mr. Milton?
No, sir.
Well, I think you all testified there's staff shortages. The gentleman from New York just talked about staff shortages. Maybe if there weren't 24,000 federal inmates who are not U.S. citizens, maybe we wouldn't have a staff shortage. Maybe if the administration before this one hadn't just released into the country people who came here illegally and actually detained them, they wouldn't have committed some of these crimes and wouldn't be in federal prison. You think maybe that would help with the situation on staffing that you all brought up, that the gentleman from New York just raised? Mr. Petrell, I'll start with you.
No, I do, sir. And I'm assuming that most of those are under an immigration detainer for when they do come out.
I don't know about most of them, but that's a question I'd have too. Do you understand that? Are they under the detainer when they're released, that at least ICE will have the ability to go? They're not just going to be released into the country.
That's my assumption, but I do not know those numbers.
Mr. Potter, do you know if that's actually the case with these 24,584 Bureau of Prison inmates are not U.S. citizens? You know what percentage that represents of the federal inmate population?
No, I do not.
16%. Maybe we wouldn't have a staff shortage if this would have been dealt with in the previous administration. This is something President Trump is trying to deal with going forward. 16%. Do you know if there are detainers for these individuals who would be subject to that currently going on currently, Mr. Potter?
No, I don't know.
Mr. Wild?
I don't know.
Mr. Milton? Any idea?
No, sir.
Well, what we do know is what happened a few years back. I think goes clear back to the Obama administration. I sent a detainer to the Board of Prisons, or Bureau of Prisons, excuse me, regarding the individual who wound up killing Kate Steinle. So many of you remember this situation. The BOP didn't honor that, instead released this individual to San Francisco, to law enforcement there, who then, to the jurisdiction there, who then released this guy to the streets, who wound up killing Kate Steinle. So I think this is something that we should look at here, this huge part of the population in our federal prison who are not citizens. And again, I appreciate the work. We've known about prison fellowship for forever and the good work you all do. We appreciate the work you're doing with inmates. But I think this is one area where we could make some change. And again, I think the Trump administration is seeking to do that, and certainly not following, well, we're not having near the migrants come to the border now that were coming in the previous administration, but certainly not releasing people into the country like was done before, which then gave the opportunity for this situation to happen with some of these individuals. Any comments on that? Mr. Potter.
I think they may help situation, but I think restoring collective bargaining unit rights is an important issue. Treating people like professionals is also important. So do I think it'll solve the staffing problem? I don't think it'll solve the staffing problem. I think there's a systematic issue here. And I think when it comes to how you value the people that work there and how they feel valued is what's going to keep them there.
Fair enough. Any other thoughts from the rest of the panel? Not, I'll yield back to them. I'll yield my time back. I'll yield my remaining time to the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for this hearing, and thank all of you for the work you do.
And I will recognize the gentleman from the great state of Ohio, the chairman of the whole Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mikowski, who are all these people in ICE detention facilities that Democrats went on the street? Who are these folks? Are they all just apple pie asylum-seeking folks, or who else might be in there?
Sir, thank you for the question. First and foremost, they're immigration law violators. They violated the basic laws, the immigration laws that are codified by Congress. I'll say it again.
So they broke the law?
Yes, sir. That's first and foremost. They're not a United States citizen.
Any of them violent? In addition to breaking the law, any of them violent people inside these detention centers?
Absolutely, sir.
Any of them gang members?
Absolutely, sir.
Any of them members of MS-13?
Absolutely, sir.
Any of them Trendy Aragua gang members?
Again, sir, yes.
So they're not just all warm and fuzzy folks that the Democrats want out on the street, right? They're bad guys. Some of them are bad guys, really bad guys. Now, some of them are just asylum seekers, but some of them are really bad guys. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, it's fair to say.
Yeah, because you worked in these facilities, is that right?
I've worked in them, sir, yes.
You know them better than anyone in this hearing room. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and before they go to detention, they have to get apprehended somewhere. They have to get arrested or taken into custody by ICE. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You got to get them somewhere. You know, maybe it's on the border, maybe it's somewhere else. But you have to get them before you take them to the ICE detention facility.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever think that you would see Democrat mayors in all kinds of urban areas around this country and Democrat city councils pass resolutions say, don't work with ICE when they come to apprehend gang members, bad guys, MS-13 violent offenders? Did you ever think you'd see that?
Not here in the United States, sir.
But that's exactly what's happening around the country, isn't it?
Yes, sir. In my home state of New Jersey, that's fact.
Yeah, it's happening everywhere. New Jersey, Denver, Boston, you name it. It's happening. And did you ever think you'd see governors and state legislatures do the same thing and say, you know what? Our whole darn state is going to be a sanctuary state. Don't work with ICE when they're coming to enforce the law. Did you ever think you'd see that?
No, sir.
Did you ever think you would see judges in their chambers tell the bad guy, hey, talk to his lawyer, hey, slip out the back door because the ICE agents are coming in the front door to enforce federal law? Did you ever think you'd see that?
No, sir.
And did you ever think you would see what happened last week or 2 weeks ago, I should say, in New Jersey? Did you ever think you'd see members of Congress engage in that kind of behavior?
Sir, after what I witnessed in 2018, yes, in New York City, I didn't put it past anybody, but I find that behavior to be absurd. Well,
in other words, Mr. McCall, it's gotten so bad, nothing surprises you now with what the left's going to do.
Nothing, sir.
I know, and that's where the American people are, and that's why they appreciate what the Trump administration is doing. Why is it better to arrest people at the jails or at the courthouse, Mr. Mikowski, than it is out on the street? Why is that better?
I believe my colleague had touched on it, but it's much safer for the alien, the person involved, and it's also safer for the general public, most importantly, the officers. The rule of thumb is safety first.
It's safer for everyone, right?
Yes, sir.
It's safer for everyone. Safer for the migrant, safer for law enforcement, safer for the general public, because you don't want to happen what has happened already because of the crazy left-wing policies that some of these cities and states and now judges have. When you could send two, it's cheaper for the taxpayers. Instead of sending 6 guys to arrest them on the street, you can send 2 guys to get him at the courthouse or at the jail. But that side says no. We're for the sanctuary policies. We're for making it tougher on law enforcement. We're for endangering the community. We're for making it tougher on the migrant and going out and arresting them on the street. Really, one of the craziest things I've ever heard. Would you agree, Mr. Murkowski?
Yes, sir. And to your point, we talk about sanctuary cities, and my colleague was mentioning like deportation officers need to be on the street. Imagine if they would just honor detainers, they rolled over into custody, and I could send people over there to pick them up in a facility, not taking the officers away from an enforcement action. Okay, so deportation officers are very vital.
Yes.
And you know, the peaceful transfer from one facility to the other is just common sense, sir.
No, we call that, in economics, you call that opportunity cost, right? Because it's safer for the officer, safer for the public, safer for the migrant, but it also, when you have to send 6 of them out on the street, there's the opportunity lost that you now have 4 extra agents there when they could be out doing other good work protecting the public. That's how dumb, there's no other word for it, how dumb this whole sanctuary policy is. Thank you for your work.
Recognized. Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. This week, we welcome thousands of law enforcement personnel to Washington for National Police Week. We remember officers who lost their lives in service to our communities and our country, and we thank all officers who work to keep us safe while reflecting on how we can invest in law enforcement to better serve our communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise to strongly support this resolution because we strongly support our local law enforcement officers. But we also strongly support our state, federal, and tribal law enforcement officers as well. Why are these brave officers not part of this resolution? This is a strange development. In the last Congress, the one 18th, we passed House Concurrent Resolution 40 to honor local law enforcement and House Resolution 363 in 2023 to recognize the police lives lost that year and the importance of funding and supporting all law enforcement, federal, state, county, and local, followed by House Concurrent Resolution 106 and House Resolution 1213 in 2024, which did the same. But this year, the majority has chosen to have us solely recognize local law enforcement. Why is that? What explains this strange omission of the federal police officers who serve us? With President Trump back in office, the majority apparently now sees fit to honor only local officers and not the federal law enforcement officers who fought so valiantly to protect every member of this body and the Senate, our staffs, and our democracy on January 6, 2021. Apparently, their commitment to backing the blue is so weak that they now won't even mention federal officers because they have to maintain the pretense that Capitol officers did something wrong by defending us against the violent rampage of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, and other extremist marauders who stormed the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate. Is that right, or will the majority please prepare a resolution honoring federal law enforcement as well that we can bring to the floor? This is one troubling sign among many of an ideological abandonment of our federal law enforcement officers. And there are more than 137,000 of them, not just the Capitol Police. Speaker Johnson still refuses to hang a simple plaque honoring those officers as is required by federal law. The bill mandating the creation and placement of the plaque, H.R. 2471, was signed into law on March 15, 2023, and the plaque was supposed to have been erected within 1 year of that, March 15, 2024. The plaque is finished, it's ready to be placed, and it looks like this. If you could hold it up. It reads, let's see, on behalf of a grateful Congress, this plaque honors the extraordinary individuals who bravely protected and defended the symbol of democracy on January 6, 2021. Their heroism will never be forgotten. Well, it seems it's already being forgotten by the GOP majority, or at least they want us to forget it. Are my friends so captive to conspiracy theories and revisionist fantasies about January 6th that they will not do the bare minimum to honor the police officers who fought tooth and nail to protect every person in this room who was there, including members on my side of the aisle, including members on the other side of the aisle? The people we are failing to honor by not hanging this plaque include at least 140 police officers who were beaten with poles, bats, American flags, Trump flags, Confederate battle flags, their own shields. These are people who lost fingertips. They suffered concussions, broken jaws, broken ribs. They had heart attacks and strokes. They sustained multiple other violent injuries and suffer from them, many of them to this day, in one of the worst days of injuries for law enforcement officers in the United States in this century. Well, this affront is now adding further symbolic insult to the grievous injury that began at the beginning of this administration. President Trump granted full pardons to more than 1,500 insurrectionists and rioters and commuted the sentences of the right-wing extremists who spearheaded the attack on this chamber and on the police officers who defended us. More than 600 of those defendants, whose pardons are full, complete, and unconditional, were charged with assaulting or obstructing law enforcement officers. And now President Trump, backed by his own Justice Department, thinks that the violent insurrections should be compensated. And not the police officers, but rather the people who perpetrated this assault on America. And I quote, President Trump said, "A lot of the people in the government really like that group of people." He is creating a compensation fund, not for the officers and their families who fought and suffered, and several died to save our democracy, but for the domestic terrorists, as leaders of the Republican Party described them at the time, who tried to destroy it. That's the decision to cast his lot with the Proud Boys and other extremists that he incited on that day. Many of the officers who served on January 6th feel betrayed by the officials whose lives they saved that day. Take former U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Cannell, who was nearly crushed to death on January 6th. Sergeant Cannell is an Army veteran from the Iraq War and was upholding his oath to defend and protect the seat of our nation's government. He said he saw violence on that day here at the Capitol far worse than anything he experienced fighting for America abroad. And despite the fact that he and many other officers nearly lost their lives and now face lifelong injuries that have forced him out of the line of police work, they still cannot get approved for public safety officers' benefits, which provide disability benefits to officers catastrophically injured in the line of duty. As Sergeant Cannell recently told my staff, Trump is treating the rioters like they were the ones defending the Capitol. He noted that at every turn, when Republicans could honor the bravery of law enforcement officers that day, they've instead chosen to do nothing. Of course, if my colleagues across the aisle want to focus on local law enforcement, then I might ask why we are simply honoring them with this concurrent resolution and not taking more meaningful action, like restoring millions of dollars in federal grants that help support them that were recently terminated by the Department of Justice at the direction of Doge and Elon Musk. Those grants supported programs like the Rural Violent Crime Reduction Initiative, which delivered financial assistance directly to dozens of rural law enforcement agencies across America and allowed agencies to upgrade technology and equipment, hire and deploy personnel, support victim services and crime prevention programming, and fill in other gaps in policing for small, rural, underfunded police agencies. We should be grateful for all of our officers, federal, state, county, local, who help keep us safe while people are in their communities, while members of Congress come to Washington, D.C. We should be grateful for all of them. Let's join together to uplift all law enforcement officers, whether they are local or state, tribal, or federal, and let's support them symbolically with our words, but more importantly, with our actions. Let's restore all of the funding, the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been cut or that face cuts by this new administration. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. Republicans honor local law enforcement. Democrats defund them. 5 years ago this summer, they spent the whole summer doing that. That's all you could hear from Democrats. Got to defund the local police. We've been consistent. We have condemned violence every single time it happened, whether it was January 6th, whether it was the summer of 2020. They haven't. Summer 2020, I still remember the guy standing in front of the burning building on CNN saying, "This is a mostly peaceful protest." They spent the whole summer trying to defund the police, so don't give us the lecture I want to thank the fine gentleman from Mississippi who served in local law enforcement, who was a sheriff, who knows what it's like to go out there and protect his community, for sponsoring this resolution. And I would yield him as much time as he wants to consume.
Gentleman from
The chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shea, what did you say tuition was again at Brown, annual tuition?
It's $93,064 in direct costs.
93, and that doesn't count room and board and books and everything. That's just tuition, right?
No, that's including room
That's
and board.
everything? Okay, $93,000. How many students you say again was at Brown? Over 7,000, I think you said?
7,000.
Yeah, so that's a lot of money coming in. I mean, it could be some grants, it could be some aid, it could be some, loans, whatever, but 93,000 times 7, it's like $700 million coming into Brown every year. And you asked a fundamental question, sort of simple question. You asked the question, where the heck's all the money going, right? And you said, maybe I'll check the administrators. How many administrators are having? You said, I think the number you said was 3,805, is that right?
Yep.
And then you sent a letter to these guys asking another fundamental question. What do you do all day? And what was the response you said? Most of them did get back with you?
Most of them didn't respond, and we were hit with disciplinary charges.
So the administrators couldn't respond to a simple question. You're taking in $700 million a year. What the heck are you 3,800 administrators doing? The administrators didn't respond, but the administration came after you. Is that right?
That's right. When you investigate the administration, it turns out they investigate you back.
Yeah, and it was interesting to me because the ranking member of the full committee and the ranking member of the subcommittee talked about academic freedom and the First Amendment. You were asking these questions on behalf of a student news publication, right?
Right.
Was it Brown, what's the name of your paper? Brown Spectator?
Yep.
And they come after you. Why do you think they did that? Why did they come after? Well, first of all, what did they come after you about? What did you allegedly do wrong?
Well, first it was emotional and psychological harm, invasion of privacy, and misrepresentation. And then they decided to charge me with violating the technology policy.
Asking someone how they spend your money is emotional harm? That's what they alleged?
Apparently.
And then what happened in the investigation?
Well, then they escalated and they charged the entire board of directors of the Brown Spectator for violating Brown's trademark because our publication is named the Brown Spectator, which is just a completely bogus claim. And
Are there other newspapers at Brown would use Brown in the name of the paper?
Yes. Our other newspaper is the Brown Daily Herald.
Probably in the entire history of the university, there's been some kind of Brown publication, right?
Certainly.
Yeah, I mean, that's just ridiculous. Why do you really think they did it? Why did they really come after you?
I think that they were upset that we unveiled the rot that was going on. All these administrators with pretty useless jobs. And
that's certainly one reason. They were mad at you, but I think it's probably more, I think they were trying to make sure no one else would do it in the future. That's always the way it works. The left comes after people. They want to chill speech so it doesn't happen again. Do you think that was part of their motivation?
I think that certainly was true, but it backfired terribly.
Sure did, because you're brave enough to keep talking. You can come here and testify, so God bless you for doing that. Now, you can have, I'll direct this to you, Mr. Martin, you can have a bloated bureaucracy when you're colluding on price and making sure you're not competing on price with other similarly situated institutions. Is that right, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
And you're not supposed to do that, are you, according to the law? Is that right, Mr.
To
Martin?
collude on price, it's per se unlawful.
It's per se unlawful. And you can also have bloated bureaucracy when you collude on price and you limit output, you limit class size. Is that right, Mr. Martin?
That's correct.
And do you think that's going on at these, there's a third one. You can also do all this if you engage in perfect price discrimination, where you get all this information on the student and their families, what they make, where it goes, what they owe, what their retirement is, all this information. You can say, that student can pay this amount, and you'll take it right to the edge where they can pay and get perfect price discrimination. So when you do those three things, you can afford to have 3,805 administrators for 7,000 students. Is that right, Mr. Martin?
You make an excellent point. The more perfect the information, the more perfect the collusion can be, algorithmically or otherwise.
Of course, and that's exactly what's going on. Is that right, Dr. Cooper?
The evidence is certainly consistent with that, yes.
That's what the evidence shows. And yet the other side says, oh, how dare Mr. Fitzgerald have this hearing? You got to be kidding me. They tried to chill the speech of a news publication at the university for a student they're supposed to be serving, asking a simple and fundamental question. And they want to chill that because they don't want anyone to look under the covers and see that they're colluding on price, they're limiting output, and they're doing perfect price discrimination. Imagine that. Imagine that. And we're not supposed to have a hearing? Holy cow. I want to thank the chairman for doing the hearing. I want to thank all of you for testifying. And Mr. Shea, thank you for stepping forward and letting the country know what's going on at these elite universities.
What would the gentleman yield for a quick
I
question?
yield back to the chairman. I'll yield, dude. You got.
Well, no, I just wonder if your feelings are the same about the attacks on a private student publication called the Harvard Law Review taking place by the Trump administration right now.
Well, I think the chairman or the ranking member knows that you and I have been strong defenders of the press. We have co-sponsored together the Press Act, defending the press. I will continue to do that. But I'm focused on the situation in front of us today, Mr. Shea at Brown University.
I'm with you. Hold the thought, and more power to the free press at Brown and at Harvard.
God bless America.
Gentlemen's time has expired. That concludes today's hearing. I want to thank our witnesses.
Unanimous consent request.
Oh, Mr. Nadler has a...
Recognizes Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, third paragraph, second sentence in your written testimony, you said New York State cooperates with U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement in criminal cases. Governor, who's Jesus Romero Hernandez?
Thank you. I want to reaffirm that we do cooperate in cases where...
That wasn't the question. I just read your statement. I can read your statement. Who is Jesus Romero Hernandez?
I don't have the details on every
I'll
single
tell ya.
person in a state of 20 million people.
I understand, but this guy's a citizen of Mexico, deported 7 times, came to your state, assaulted one of your residents with a machete, choked a police officer, then when he was in custody, assaulted a corrections officer. ICE finds out this guy is in your state's custody, and they send you a detainer. You're familiar with a detainer, right?
Yes, I am.
Notice of action, immigration detainer to Tompkins County Jail from Syracuse Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. Section 1, they check a couple boxes. The first one they check is a final order of removal against the alien has taken place. That means a court has said this guy needs to go. This machete-wielding, cop-choking, corrections officer assaulting guy needs to go. Then they also check another box and they say biometric confirmation of who this individual is, this alien's identity. So they got the right guy and a court has said he needs to go. Any idea what Tompkins County Jail decided to do with that detainer order?
I will tell you this, the state of...
It's a specific question.
Well, I'm
what
telling you-
did Tompkins County do?
The descriptions you have put forth are absolutely chilling and disturbing and
course they are.
reprehensible to all of us. My job is to protect the
why
people
I'm
of
asking
New
the
York.
question. What
And
did
this-
Tompkins County do?
What I have responsibility
I will
for
tell you,
are
since you're not going to
state
answer,
courts,
we
state
cannot
police.
and will not hold Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah.
We can't keep the machete guy who had choked a police officer and assaulted a corrections officer. We can't keep him. In fact, we have the back and forth from Tompkins County and ICE on January 28th of this year, 8:56 p.m. Tompkins County tells ICE, we're not going to hold this guy. 7 minutes later, ICE responds back, we will be there to take custody this evening. 24 minutes later, Thompson County reiterates, we're not going to have him. We're not going to turn him over. 10:45. ICE arrives at the jail. 1 hour and 18 minutes later, and guess what? Mr. Hernandez is not there. They couldn't wait 1 hour and 18 minutes for a guy who assaulted one of your residents with a machete, choked a police officer, and then when in custody, assaulted corrections officers. That is sanctuary policy in a nutshell, and that is what your state supports, and so do these other governors. That is what is so wrong, why the American people hate this concept.
You're conflating what the state of New York does is I control state police and prisons. We have turned over 1,300 people.
So you disagree with it?
We turn over
Did the sheriff
1,300
make the wrong
people.
call?
Those are local policies that we would not have done in the state of New York. State of New York, that is
So
a
you're
local
saying the sheriff's
decision.
wrong?
I would say this, if it happened in a state prison, we have already turned over 1,300 people.
Sheriff
In
in
fact,
Tompkins County,
I
a
want to say
Democrat or
this.
Republican, Governor?
There have
You any
been
idea?
times, excuse
The
me.
sheriff in Thompson County, a Democrat or Republican?
Excuse me. There have
No,
been
excuse
times
me, I
when-
ask the questions, you give the
Well, I'm
answers. Is he a
asking
Democrat or
for a
Republican? Do
second.
you know?
I'm asking for this moment to explain that I'm sometimes waiting
I'm
for
asking,
ICE
is he a
to come
Democrat
pick
or
up
Republican,
people.
and do you agree
I
with the
believe
actions
he's a
he
Democrat.
took? Do you agree with the actions he took? How about that question?
They are in conflict with what the state of New York would do.
Well, maybe they're scared. By the way, he is a Democrat sheriff. Maybe the county guys are a little scared because you said this. I'm quoting from, it looks like the New York Times. We all know you can trust them. This is last month, May 25th. You said we have some counties that are renegade counties and work with ICE. Maybe they're nervous of being called a renegade county by their governor. So the Democrat sheriff says, we're not going to keep the machete-wielding, cop-choking, corrections officer assaulting guy. We're not going to keep him here for you to get here. We can't even wait an hour and 18 minutes. Oh, you know what else was interesting in this case? You know what else was interesting? There was actually an arrest warrant from United States District Court, Northern District of New York, signed by Judge Wiley Danks, magistrate from Syracuse. There was an arrest warrant, and they still couldn't keep him.
The state of New York cooperates. We cooperate in removal of individuals who've served time. We respond to detention. You're confusing, and maybe there's a lesson in civics here that's necessary.
Will you say on the record right here, I got 12 seconds, will you say on the record, was Tompkins County wrong in the actions they took on January 25th, 2025, when they wouldn't hold the guy for 1 hour and 18 minutes? Was
Those are
Tompkins
not the
County
policies
wrong?
that we would have in the state of
No,
New
no,
York. Those are not the policies we would have in a
Were they
nation.
wrong? Should
Because
they
I've already
have turned
said
that guy over to ICE? It's a
I've-
simple question, Governor.
that was a horrible situation. The person should not have been out there. And
It's a horrible situation, but it's a yes or no question.
it is a response that this is a locality.
Do you agree or
in the
disagree?
state of New York,
Agree or
the person
disagree?
should have been held.
Yes or no?
The person should have been held, and in the state of New York, we would have turned him over. That is in conflict with what we would do as a state
appreciate
with
the chair's
respect to
indulgence. I
prison.
yield back.
And I want to know why ICE won't come and pick up the individuals who have served time in our state. I have cases where they have not even shown
Governor,
up.
a court order and a detainer for a guy who did the things Mr. Hernandez did, and Tompkins County can't hold him an hour and 18 minutes, and you won't say that's wrong?
I have said we cooperate when there's a criminal case where someone has committed a
This is
crime. We
sanctuary
turn them
policy.
over.
This is sanctuary policy in a nutshell. You won't even
You're
condemn something that anyone
mischaracterizing.
with common sense knows is ridiculous.
You're mischaracterizing the
Chair.
laws of the state
I
of
had the
New York.
facts here.
That's
Oh,
all
can I
right.
do one other thing, Mr. Chairman? Now he's been rearrested, and guess what? This guy who's now been rearrested, there is imminent danger that this inmate will do injury
give
to
him a
himself and
minute.
to others and presents a threat to safety, security, and good order of the facility, so he's not permitted to leave his cell. So this guy is not even allowed out of his cell, but they let him out on the street a few months ago. That's how ridiculous this is.
When he does leave his cell, it'll be go back to
Gentlemen,
his country under our
time's
orders
expired.
of deportation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Mfume, and I'll give you an extra minute.
Oh, there you go. Mr. Chairman, I've got two unanimous consent requests that I hope would not count against my time.
The chairman of the full committee for his combined opening statement and such questions as he may have.
I don't know if I have that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge St. Eve, so you're requesting a 9% increase, is that accurate?
That's accurate.
How many,
9.4 million.
what's the federal district, is it 677? How many federal district judges?
It is around that.
Around that number? What's the average, what's the staff size for, what's a budget for your typical federal district judge, and what's the staff size that they would have working for them and for the court?
So for a typical district court judge, they have 3 staff members. Judges can make a determination if they want 3 law clerks or 2 law clerks and a judicial assistant. In addition, the district court judges have a court reporter and a courtroom deputy, although those positions.
What's the total number then of all those?
That's 5, but in some districts, the courtroom deputy and the court reporter are shared. So one district court judge does not have his or her own courtroom
Got it.
deputy or court reporter.
But each-
That varies by district.
And each judge has, you said 2 or 3 clerks?
Correct.
Okay, of the 9% increase, how much of that's going for security?
The 9% increase, our security account is asking for $892 million.
And what percentage of that is that of the overall 9%?
A little under 10% of our budget, the full budget. So $894 million of the $9.4 billion is for our judicial security account.
Understand, but you're asking for an additional you're asking for a 9% increase. Of that increase, what percentage of that 9% are you devoting to security and going forward?
I think our increase for the judicial security account is a 19% increase over what it is now. That's comparing it from fiscal year 25 to what we're requesting.
Or maybe I'm, okay. You're overall, what's the overall dollar amount you're asking for compared to where you're at now and what you're going to have for the next year?
In just judicial security or overall?
Overall.
So the overall amount that we are asking for is $9.4 billion, for fiscal year 20.
And that's an 800 million increase over last year?
That is about a 9% increase over last year.
And what's that dollar amount?
The dollar amount, I have to,
My understanding is you're asking for $800 million increase. Is that accurate? $800 million.
I think that is accurate.
Okay, and of that 800 million, how many of, what's the dollar amount going for security?
The total dollar amount going to security is $892 million, and that is about an increase of $142 million over 25.
Okay, so
So out of the, I'm sorry,
go ahead, say it again, go ahead.
out of our overall increase, $142 million is in the court security account.
Okay, so that means 658 million is for other things.
Yes.
And where's all that going?
Defender services, we're asking for $1.8 billion. The S&E, or salaries and expenses account, we're asking for $6.9 billion, and that salaries and expenses goes to cover people and buildings primarily, and IT.
But now you're giving me the total number. I'm of the 800 million increase, you said 142 million is gone for security. That leaves 658 million new dollars. Where's that money going, the new dollars?
So the additional increase is $800 million
Got that.
over from the prior year. I don't have this broken down into percentages.
Well, just give me the dollar amount.
So the dollar amount for defender services, the additional amount we're asking for is $315,000 roughly. We're asking for a little less in fees and jurors. We're asking for the $141,000 in court security. $100 million in court security.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, again, I think members are comfortable. I've said this all along. We're comfortable with making sure there's security. We're not so comfortable giving increases in everything else. I think that's where members are, certainly the folks I represent back home, I think that's where they see it. That's our concern, particularly with some of the decisions we've seen. So with that, I would be happy to yield my remaining 12 seconds to the chairman.
I'll take all 12 seconds to place in the record, and it's a video, so I'll just extrapolate the statement. On the 1st of April 2025, the speaker's comments that were earlier referred to verbatim are, "We are not defunding the courts. We're not doing anything other than limiting in this legislation the ability of a judge to issue a nationwide injunction." I want to make it clear, the Speaker of the House very, very clearly had no intention of saying that there was going to be any limiting of judges on an individual basis, but rather the nationwide injunctions, which was a bill that was passed out of the House. And with that, I go to the gentlelady from California.
It's back. Now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crane, what percentage of publicly traded equity shares are held by institutional investors and pension funds?
It's a very large percentage. I forget the exact number. It's north of 80, I believe.
80%? And because of that, most shareholder votes are cast through proxy voting because the shareholder can. Is that right?
That's exactly correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And proxy advisors advise or recommend to the institutional investors and the pension funds how they're supposed to vote. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is their advice followed?
Pardon?
Is their advice followed? Is the proxy advisor's advice typically followed by the institutional investors and the pension funds?
It's absolutely followed, and in many cases, their shares are automatically cast by the proxy firms in line with those recommendations.
So,
yes.
so the institutional investors and pension fund are doing exactly what the proxy advisors did tell them?
That's exactly correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And who are the two largest again, who we've been talking about?
ISS and Glass Lewis.
ISS and Glass Lewis. And how much of the market do they control?
97%.
97% of the market, 80% of the shareholders, the equity shares are with institutional and pension investors, and their advice is followed 95% of the time.
That's essentially correct.
Wow, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. How much money are we talking about?
Trillions of dollars of equities across the market.
5 trillion, 20 trillion, 30 trillion, how much are we talking?
I don't know the size of the market, but it's a large number of the equity markets in the United States.
My understanding is it's at least $20 trillion. And there's,
Sounds right to me.
and the other side says, nothing to look at here. Nothing to look at here, really. That seems like there's a lot to look at there, and that's why we're having this hearing. Now, what kind of advice? So their advice is followed 95% of the time, 70% of the market, over $20 trillion. What kind of advice are they giving?
It's advice on everything that comes before shareholders. It's how the company is run, how the executives are paid, the shareholder proposals that have been discussed. It's everything that comes before the shareholder base for a vote.
What kind of advice are they given in a political context?
We know that ISS, for example, recommended in favor of more than 80% of ESG shareholder proposals in
pro-ESG, pro-DEI?
As a general rule, yes. Not 100% of the time, but yes, as a general rule.
Vast majority of the time?
I would say yes.
Okay, so kind of leaning to the left, right?
I think that's probably a fair characterization.
Their advice is followed 95% of the time. They have 90% of the market. 70% are these are they're given advice to, and it's always, almost always, left wing.
I think that's a fair characterization, yes.
Is that how you see it, Mr. Egan?
I have no reason for disagreeing with that.
What about you, Mr. Griffin?
I think that while it varies by year, and we've seen sort of swings with somewhat mirroring the political election cycle,
Is that an accurate picture? Is that an accurate
overall.
framework?
Overall.
Okay. Now, but that's not the end of it, is it? Because it's even worse. Because this duopoly not only offers proxy advisor services, but consulting services as well.
That's exactly right.
Okay. So you can go consult with them before they give you the recommendations that are always followed. And if you don't consult with them, they might give you recommendations that in many ways harm the company and therefore harm the shareholders. Is that right, Mr. Crane?
It is, and we've seen that when companies get negative recommendations from the advice side, they'll immediately get a solicitation from the consulting side saying, hey, wouldn't you really like to have us help you out next year to avoid those negative recommendations from our friends down the hallway?
Yeah.
Pretty concerning fact pattern.
Will you pay the protection money? Will you pay the shakedown?
Exactly.
Holy cow, such a deal. Such a deal. And Ms. Minnow was part of it all when she worked at ISS, is that right? The question wasn't for you, it's for Mr. Crane.
I understand that, but he doesn't know the answer, and I do.
Well, no, I wasn't asking you a question.
It is wrong. I did not allow
You might be able to do the consulting
services
services and the
I did not
recommendations.
allow ISS to do consulting when I was
What does ISS do
president.
consulting now?
ISS does do
Well,
consulting now.
Shazam,
and
there
they're-
you have it. There you have it. My question, the way it works is the members get to ask the questions and to the people they want to give the answers. My question was to Mr. Crane. I appreciate you jumping in, Ms. Minnow, and telling us that ISS does now offer consulting services in addition to the proxy advisor thing, which is the problem. Which is, well, not the full problem, but certainly part of the problem. Is that right, Mr. Crane?
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
And then you can even go maybe one step further and say on the platform, no competition's allowed, which I sort of get Ms. Minnow's argument on the Amazon issue, I sort of get, but it's almost like they got this thing rigged from start to finish, and it's two companies. And the other side says, nothing to look at here. Well, I think that's kind of ridiculous, and I appreciate the chairman and his work on this important issue. With that, I yield back.
Chairman yields back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Neill, who is the Southern Poverty Law Center?
Southern Poverty Law Center is a far-left radical activist group that routinely smears conservative and Christian organizations, putting them on a map with the Ku Klux Klan.
Well, first of all, does the Southern Poverty Law Center partner with the Open Society Foundation?
Yes, the Southern Poverty Law Center received $75,000 from foundation to promote Open Society.
And the Open Society Foundation gets money from the American taxpayer, is that right?
No, the Open Society Foundation does not. There was an arm of the Open Society Foundation that is now closed that received a large number. Yes.
It did get. Okay. And as you pointed out, the Southern Poverty Law Center labels a lot of conservative groups as hate groups.
Yes, right? Including Focus on the Family this year.
Focus on the Family, Alliance Defending Freedom, Family Research Council,
Turning Point
Center for
USA.
Immigration Studies, Moms for Liberty. Moms are now a hate group?
Yes, they put Moms for Liberty on there. They actually said that they compared them to the Uptown Klan of the 1950s.
And you know what's interesting? I found this. We made an issue of this, and thank goodness it stopped with our new Justice Department. But in the old Justice Department under Mr. Biden, there was this. You may remember this memorandum put out by the Richmond FBI Field Office. You remember this, Mr. O'Neill? Yeah.
Yes.
And do you know when they talked about traditional Catholics were extremists? Do you know who they cited in the footnote in this? I got the actual FBI memorandum. You know who they cited in that memorandum?
The Southern Poverty Law Center.
The
to their
Southern
shame.
Poverty Law Center. Go figure. Okay, how about this? Who's the Tides Foundation?
They're the oldest dark money pass-through organization. They pioneered the process that now Arabella Advisors has perfected.
And I think in your testimony I'm looking at, you said there's various, the Service Employees International Union gave money to a group that then gave money to the Tides Foundation. Is that true?
No, the SEIU gave directly to
Oh, they gave
Tides
directly.
Advocacy and the Tides Foundation, yes.
Yeah, and then I think also in your testimony you point out that the Tides Foundation not only got money from left-wing union groups, but they also got money directly from the taxpayers through USAID. Is that right?
Correct. It was $27 million.
$27 million.
It was awarded. Not all of those grants were fulfilled.
And what's the Tides Foundation up to? What kind of crazy things are they doing with taxpayer money and left-wing employee union money? What are they doing?
Bankrolling the Southern Poverty Law Center, for one. They also have an in-house nonprofit called Palestine Legal.
So Tides Foundation gets a boatload of taxpayer money. People I get the privilege of representing from the 4th District of Ohio, some of their money is going to the Tides Foundation. Then it's then going to the Southern Poverty Law Center, where they can label moms as terrorists and say that if you're a Catholic, you're an extremist. That all happens with American tax dollars. Is that right?
We don't have concrete proof of the fact of the Tides Center receiving money that they then gave to the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Money's fungible. We're not.
So your overall
here.
point is 100%.
Okay. So that's all happening here in the United States, but it's even worse, right? Because the Tides Foundation also gets involved, Mr. Gonzalez was pointing to this, gets involved overseas as well. And one of the things we know they're doing, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. O'Neill, that we know they're doing is they're taking some of that money to undermine our allies and friends like Prime Minister Netanyahu in the state of Israel. Is that right?
Well, one of the big things they have is an in-house nonprofit representing anti-Israel rioters on college campuses called Palestine Legal.
Yeah.
So yes.
So they're doing it here and there, undermining Israel here and there, anti-Semitic activity here on our campuses, all with American tax money. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And the other side says, again, Mr. Van Drew shouldn't be having this hearing. Are you kidding me? American tax dollars used to say, moms are terrorists, we're going to go after pro-life Catholics, and our best friend internationally, our best ally, the state of Israel, we're going to undermine their government while we're at it. Such a deal for the taxpayers, huh?
On the point from Ranking Member Raskin, he noted that George Soros does not have power. Alex Soros was asked if he would run for office, and he said that he would not because he believes that as head of the Open Society Foundations, he has more power than he ever would if he had any office in the land.
Well, based on what we just described, it sure looks like they got a lot of influence. And all we're saying is maybe we shouldn't send American tax dollars to these organizations that are undermining American taxpayers. Wow. And somehow we're not supposed to have this hearing. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield just quickly? All I want to say, I didn't say he didn't have power. I said he did not have official governmental power. Thank you.
I have a use.
Committee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on Europe's threat to American speech and innovation. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair is now recognized for an opening statement. And then we will move to our to the ranking member's opening statement, and then our witnesses will get 5 minutes. I want to just take an opportunity, maybe before I even do an opening statement, to welcome everyone back. Hope everyone had a good break. The ranking member and I, along with a few other members, Mr. Kiley, Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Correa, I think Mr. Swalwell and Ms. Crockett all had a wonderful visit to, and Mr. Cohen, to Europe, where we talked about this issue, and we learned some, I think, some valuable information. And so we look forward to today's hearing and hearing from our witnesses. But first, you got to listen to the chairman and the ranking member talk. On August 12th of last year, Thierry Breton wrote Elon Musk a letter. Thierry Breton's the commissioner in charge of enforcement of the Digital Services Act and the Digital Marketing Act. In the very first sentence, the guy in charge of enforcing this legislation passed by the EU writes this: "Dear Mr. Musk, I am writing to you in the context of recent events in the United Kingdom and in relation to the planned broadcast on your platform, X, of a live conversation between a U.S. presidential candidate and yourself." So think about it. The guy in Europe in charge of enforcing a European Union law writes an American about an American company, about an American election, and he says the context for the letter, the reason for the letter, are events that are happening in the UK, a non-European Union country. That's not Europe trying to influence what happens here. I don't know what is. He goes on throughout the letter and says this: measures need to be taken to combat disinformation. He said this to Mr. Musk. We're concerned about any, quote, illegal content you may have. And he ends his letter by saying, my services and I, very last sentence, my services and I will be extremely vigilant to any evidence that points to breaches of the Digital Services Act and will not hesitate to make full use of our toolbox. So he ends the letter with a threat. So before the interview even takes place, he's threatening an American running an American company about an interview regarding the most important election we have, election of the President of the United States. And again, saying the reason for doing so are events that are happening in a non-European Union country, the UK. Comments about events happening in the UK. Concerned about this, quote, spillover effect. That is why we're having today's hearing. That's why we went to Europe last month, or actually in July, to study this issue. Now, here's what's interesting. Mr. Breton, after he sends this letter, this committee sent him 2 letters, and then he suddenly resigns. We asked him to come today, but he refused to come. We asked him to send written testimony. He refused to do that. We asked him to appear. He refused. He just wouldn't come. I think it's important to remember what the House Judiciary Committee did last Congress. We investigated our government, the Biden administration, their attacks on free expression here in the United States. What Michael Schellenberger journalists called the censorship industrial complex. Big government, big tech, big media, big academia, all working together to censor Americans. And we learned all kinds of things in that investigation. We learned on April 27th of 2022 that the Biden administration had established a disinformation governance board. That's right, a bunch of bureaucrats going to get together and tell you what you can say, what you can tweet, what you can post, what you can read, what's misinformation, what's disinformation, and the new term they come up, what's malinformation. Thank goodness, because many of us raised concerns about that, they disbanded that disinformation governance board. We no longer had that. We heard from journalists like Mr. Schellenberger, like Matt Taibbi regarding the Twitter files. We heard from Tulsi Gabbard. We heard from RFK Jr., all Democrats, frankly. In fact, I took some heat for that. What are you doing bringing Democrats in front of the judiciary? We brought them in because they care about the First Amendment. It was interesting. When RFK Jr. came in to testify, the Democrats actually made a motion to go to executive session. Kick everyone out. No journalists, no one was allowed. They wanted to kick everyone out, go to executive session so no one could hear what RFK Jr. was going to testify to in a hearing on censorship. You can't make this stuff up. We learned that on January 23rd. Think about that, by the way. We learned on January 23rd, 2021, maybe point this one out first, that there was an email. So the third day of the Biden administration, there was an email sent from the White House to Twitter which said, take down this tweet ASAP. And who had issued the tweet? Who had put out the tweet? RFK Jr. So you had the Biden administration trying to censor a fellow Democrat who was going to run against him in the Democrat primary. I mean, and everything in that tweet actually were true statements. So we learned all that last year, and of course our investigation culminated with a letter from Mr. Zuckerberg on August 26, 2024 last year, where he said, yes, the Biden administration pressured us to censor, we did it, we're sorry, and we won't do it again. And Meta, Facebook has now subsequently changed policy. They now go to the community notes policy instead of the, quote, independent fact checker approach that was being used before. We had one other witness last Congress, journalist from Canada, Rupa Subramanya, who I thought said something that was really important. She said, free speech is a core value of Western culture. And that is true, and that's what our concern is. We're concerned about the attacks on free expression in Europe, the censorship, the arrest for offensive posts, the chilling effect it all has on speech, but we're more concerned, frankly, as Americans, about the limits the DSA, the Online Safety Act in the UK, put on Americans' First Amendment rights, and the shakedown, and I think that's the appropriate term, the shakedown of American tech companies under the DSA, the OSA, and the Digital Marketing Act Digital Markets Act in the European Union. These acts target our tech companies that provide the modern town square, and they are the engines of innovation in our global economy. Since the turn of the century, European tech companies have languished behind their American counterparts. European governments have tried everything to change this except what might actually work, deregulating their own economy and letting free enterprise flourish. Instead of cutting red tape and allowing their own companies to innovate and grow, the EU and the UK are going after American companies that have grown to dominate the global tech landscape. Regulations like the EU's Digital Markets Act and the UK's Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act impose burdensome requirements on US tech companies while leaving their European counterparts untouched. But these attacks on American companies won't result in a so-called European champion. Instead, China wins as Europe hurts both itself and America. They make the user experience worse. They distort the digital marketplace by allowing less innovative and less efficient foreign competitors to simply steal from U.S. tech companies. In addition to attacking American tech companies, Europe is attacking free speech around the world, including here in America. Laws like the Digital Services Act and the Online Safety Act are the engines of global censorship regime targeting political speech disfavored by European bureaucrats. The censorship mechanism is simple. The DSA and the OSA effectively require social media platforms to change their terms of service to moderate more content. These companies have one set of standards that they apply globally because it's costly, impractical, and harmful to user privacy to change content moderation rules based on a user's location. So when platforms are forced to change their terms of service to comply with European laws, it affects what we see, what we read, what we say online here in America, infringing on Americans' First Amendment rights. And this is no accident. Even the New York Times, The Atlantic have acknowledged that these foreign censorship laws are intended to have global impact. And European actions have proven it. Again, just look at Mr. Breton's letter. Supporters say these laws make the online environment safer for children, something that we all agree with. We all want to protect kids. But censorship laws are never about disinformation or child safety or anything else. They're always about censoring criticism of the government. Social media is a relatively new technology, but censorship is as old as time. Misinformation, disinformation, hate speech labels are always used by the people in power to censor their critics. And my experience has taught me that today's misinformation is tomorrow's truth. And we have seen it time and time again. I always like to point out, everything the government told us about COVID turned out to be wrong. Everything our government told us about COVID. I'm not even talking about Europe here. Everything. They told us that the virus didn't come from a lab. Sure looks like it did. They told us it wasn't gain-of-function research done at the lab. Yes, it was. They told us it wasn't our tax money used at the lab. Yes, it was. They told us vaccines. They told us that the vaccinated can't get it. They told us the vaccinated can't transmit it. They told us masks work. They told us 6 feet social distance was based on science. And they told us this was the first virus in history where there's no such thing as natural immunity. They were 0 for 8. And yet they're going to define with some disinformation governance board what we can say, what we can tweet, what we can read, what we can post. You got to be kidding me. As RFK Jr. testified before our committee, never forgot what he said. He said, when you look at history, it is never the good guys who are for censorship. It is always the bad guys, and that's our concern. We need debate. The best way to answer bad speech, wrong speech, stupid speech, crazy speech, even hate speech is more speech. We need the First Amendment. Our committee will continue to move legislation that protects free speech from threats, including threats from abroad. And with that, I now recognize our ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to our witnesses. I imagine that in a hearing about threats to freedom of speech abroad.
Yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent.
You see request from the gentleman, Cal?
Yes, I ask unanimous consent that the Politico ad or news that was dated June 27, 2025, saying Gavin Newsom sues for $787 million be placed in the record.
Without objection. Mr. Price, has anything in the Digital Services Act changed in the last year?
No, sir.
Hasn't been amended, hasn't been changed at all?
No, sir.
So everything Mr. Breton wrote 1 year ago today, well, August 12, 2024, that's still in place, where he said to an American running an American company about an interview that was yet to happen, future happening interview, threatened this individual. None of that nothing in the law has changed that would change what actions this individual took.
Nothing in the law.
Just because Mr. Breton's gone doesn't mean Ms. Verkunen can't do the same darn thing, right?
Precisely.
Yeah, and that's the concern. Mr. Price, is this statement, we need to take back our country, is that statement hate speech?
We don't really know what hate speech is. It's so vague, and that's the problem with it. I wouldn't regard that as hate speech.
Well, you may not, but the EU regulators do, because they had a workshop on May 25th where, this is part of our investigation, material we'd subpoenaed, they gave us this information. They said it is hate speech. That's a concern, right?
Yes, sir.
And it could be made by an American and be termed hate speech, and there could be some ramifications for Americans' First Amendment liberties. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Price, what's a trusted flagger?
A trusted flagger is an NGO or a private organization that's recognized under the DSA, and if they identify or a complaint has been made...
Wait. Recognized by who?
Oh, the terms of the DSA. Oh, and the national regulators and the commission as well.
Okay, and they do what? So they're recognized by the government. They're approved by the government.
Yes,
all right? And what do they do?
If they identify content that they regard as illegal content, the companies have to give priority to removing that content.
Oh, so people that the government approves tell companies what they can allow on their platform and what they can't, right?
That's correct, sir.
And the same people who approved these folks are the same people who conducted the workshop and said, we need to take back our country as hate speech. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, and that's the concern. And what happens if these trusted flaggers approved by the government, the same government that says we need to take back our country as hate speech? By the way, I think that statement is made probably more by Democrats right now than Republicans. I think the head of the Democrat National Committee made that statement like 3 months ago at a big Democrat rally or something they were having. So the same people who say that's hate speech approve the trusted flaggers, who then tell the platforms what they can and can't have on their platform. And if they don't agree with what the trusted flaggers say, there's civil penalties. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Both under national law and the DSA, investigations begin, and there's a whole process that can result in enforcement and then ultimately crippling fines for companies.
And those crippling fines, those civil penalties can be what, 5%, 10% of global revenue, depending on the Online Services Act or the DSA?
Under the DSA, 6%.
6%? Wow, that's a lot of money because these are big companies, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Farage, it's not just civil penalties, though. And this is where it gets really scary. Because my understanding is there's criminal penalties, and I think in 2023 in the United Kingdom, there were 12,183 arrests for offensive posts. 12,000 people arrested for things they posted online that some trusted flagger approved by the government, the same government that says what's being said at the Democrat National Committee, we need to take back our country, is hate speech. That's a scary scenario. Is that right?
Yeah, they're massive statistics, and I mean, some of it comes under non-crime hate incidents. So you've said something on social media, someone's taken objection, and you get the knock at the door from the police sort of warning you that if you do this again, something may happen. And this has now been broadened out. I mean, Mr. Price made the point, what is hate speech? How do you define hate speech? And that's the problem, isn't it, with all of these laws, that we finish up in a position where local police forces, etc., have to choose their own interpretations. I think, again, as I said to you earlier, the timing of this hearing today is perfect because the head of the Metropolitan Police, who arrested Graham Linehan at Heathrow Airport, he's thrown the ball back now to the British Home Secretary and the government to say, please tell us, what is this law intended? What are we supposed as the police to do? So I think we're going to have a much more rapid debate about this. But my worry is it may get worse, if I may quickly. Because the Labour government now are intending to pass a law that has a definition of Islamophobia. They're intending to put that into law. And that effectively will mean that criticism of a religion, mocking of a religion, would become an offence. And that's totally against everything. Because, we've always given the Pope a hard time. We've always given the Archbishop of Canterbury a hard time. So we're finishing up kind of with two-tier law and two-tier justice.
Well,
and that's very concerning.
one other question I'd like to get for maybe you and Mr. Price, if I could. Speaking of religion, tell me what performative prayer is. This is something we've seen and we've discovered in our investigative work. Maybe we'll start with Mr. Price, then go to Mr. Farage.
Yes, sir. We have a client at the moment who's been prosecuted or who was arrested in Bristol for a Christian pastor preaching about the differences between Christianity and Islam. He was then assaulted by a group of people identifying as Islamic people. The police arrived and they arrested him, not the people who assaulted him. This is the state of play in the United Kingdom in terms of free speech. And unfortunately, across Europe, I mean, I have a whole file of cases here where people have been arrested for criticisms of Islam, where they've been prosecuted. So things are getting pretty bad.
Yeah, that extends to abortion clinics, doesn't it? And the abortion debate in Britain and Europe is different to the abortion debate in America. It's in a different place. But we have seen people warned or arrested if they've been seen to be praying outside abortion clinics, even if they're doing it silently. Hence, it's performative in the sense they're doing that. You know, I'm afraid you now have to be a certain distance away from one of these clinics. But if other members of the public object and say that your praying there is causing them psychological harm, well, the police may intervene.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Hi, thank you. Mr. Price, I just want to make sure I understand exactly what's happening. A pastor gets arrested for what he said, but the guys who attacked him don't. Lucy Conley said things that she shouldn't have, probably. Not probably, definitely. I mean, what would Mr. Farage say? Intemperate, statements, but she took him down. She got more prison time than young violent offenders got. And Miss Rose Doherty, I believe, was praying silently outside, and she got charged. Is that all accurate?
The only point I would add is Rose Doherty, 74-year-old grandmother, was arrested for holding a sign that said, "Here to talk only if you want."
Oh, so she's praying silent, not saying anything, just a sign, right?
Just a sign, sir.
Oh, wow,
Yes,
wow. And if an American comments on this in a way that the DSA defines as disinformation, misinformation, hate speech, they can have their speech taken down as well. Is that accurate?
That is entirely accurate within the terms of the DSA.
That's the state of play. Mr. Reed, I would just point out, when Ms. Verkunen, the lady who took Mr. Breton's place, when she was here talking about how the Digital Markets Act could impact companies, she said, we don't have anyone in Europe complaining about the law. And my response was, that's because you don't have any companies. The way you define it, according to Mr. Price, and you understand, it only includes American companies and one Chinese company. Is that right?
Well, the irony is there are a lot of smaller European companies that are complaining about the DMA. Not the idea that they need a competitive landscape, it's that it focuses on entirely the wrong thing. Yep. You hit it on the head. A lot of our members come here to get money to go back there to build products.
Yep. I'm sorry, they called votes. I do want to move quickly, and I shouldn't have went over. Welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This is the first occasion for the committee to get back together since the tragic death of Charlie Kirk. Charlie was a good man, a happy warrior who fought for principles and values I think make our country special, and certainly was a strong proponent of defending the First Amendment, something this committee cares deeply about. I said this over the weekend. I think Charlie lived that scripture verse, 2 Timothy 4:7, fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. Charlie certainly lived that, and he did it with a smile on his face. And so the tragic killing happened a week ago while we were in markup here in the committee. And I know everyone, our witness was a friend of Charlie's, and I know many people in the dais were as well. So I know we're all praying for Charlie's family, and I would extend a moment to the ranking member if you wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for saying that. The whole country reacted with horror and shock to the brutal assassination of Charlie Kirk in cold blood. And there is never any warrant for political violence in America. And just as we all recoiled together at the shocking assassination of Melissa Hortman and others who died in that Minnesota attack, we all stand together categorically against political violence in America and determined to end these cycles of political violence that have traumatized the country.
Well said. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As is customary, we will begin with opening statements. 5 weeks ago, because of the work of Director Patel, we learned that the former chair of the House Intelligence Committee and current United States Senator leaked classified information. We learned this because a whistleblower came forward. Whistleblower with 23 years experience in the intelligence community, a Democrat staffer on the committee, said this: they were pressured to leak classified information, which sort of raises the obvious question. Why would the head of the Intelligence Committee, the chair of that committee, who's supposed to be guarding our secrets, why would he be encouraging the leaking of classified information? Whistleblower told us that answer as well. The leaked information was supposed to be used, the leaked information, false information, was going to be used to indict President Trump. Now, the former chairman wasn't the only person leaking information. Jim Comey was also sharing things he wasn't supposed to share. Again, don't take my word for it. The Inspector General told us this. In his report, he said, quote, James Comey violated FBI policy by disclosing classified information. And what was Comey's motive? Same as the senator from California: to sabotage and undermine President Trump's first term. And we know that Mr. Comey's not been shy about what his objective was. In fact, 4 months ago, he told us. Remember this? 8647. Jim Comey told us just 4 months ago. Now, how'd they do it? How did the former chair of the Intel community, the former FBI director, and others in our government attempt to undermine President Trump's first term? 7 weeks ago, because of the good work of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, we learned from another whistleblower, a second whistleblower, that in the closing days of the Obama administration, the intelligence community assessment was changed. On December 5th, 2016, they had one assessment. That assessment said Russia did not impact the election vote count. There was a meeting at the White House on December 9th, 2016, where it was decided, no, we're not going to have that. We're going to come up with a new one. And the new one said Russia was trying to influence election and did influence election, which just wasn't accurate. And that new one is published on January 6, 2017. Let's just show you a few things that took place. I want to show you first this email from Admiral Rogers, the head of the NSA. You can see it was December 22nd. Says to Jim, John, and Jim Clapper, John Brennan, Jim Comey. And he says, I asked my team if they've had sufficient access to the underlying intelligence, sufficient time to review that intelligence. On both points, my team raised concern. Further states, my folks aren't fully comfortable. A few hours later, there's an email back to Admiral Rogers. This one is from Jim Clapper, and it says this: it is essential that we be on the same page and all of us are supportive of the report in the highest tradition of, that's our story and we're sticking to it. We may have to compromise on our normal modalities. This is one project that has to be a team sport. That's our story, and we're sticking to it. Compromise on normal modalities, that's a fancy way of saying, that's the government speak for we're going to have to change the rules. In fact, we're not going to follow our own rules. And that's exactly what they did, to get the objective they wanted, to undermine President Trump. Now, how did it specifically take place? The whistleblower said that the government officials ignored concerns about discredited information. And what was that discredited information? What was the discredited information that they didn't ignore the concerns about? What did they use, that discredited information? Of course, it was the dossier. The now famous Steele dossier that was paid for by the Clinton campaign when they hired the law firm Perkins Coie, who hired Fusion GPS, who hired the foreigner Christopher Steele, who wrote all this garbage and lies down. That is what was used to change the intelligence community report. And what happens next? What do Jim, John, and Jim do next? They go to Trump Tower on January 6, 2017, to brief then President-elect Trump about the dossier. Again, the Clinton-financed, foreign-authored dossier that the whistleblower knows is garbage and that they know is garbage. And then there's one final step. One final step. Jim Comey leaves that meeting with the president and immediately leaks to the press that they briefed the president on the discredited information. They briefed the president on the dossier and thereby giving it some credibility and creating the basis and the predicate for all they did to the president. They leaked false information, they leaked classified information, they used and leaked discredited information, and they didn't follow their own rules, all to sabotage President Trump's first term. And but for this guy, Kash Patel, but for this guy, we would never have known this information. The good people of this great country would not have known what took place 8 years ago when they were trying to undermine the guy elected by we the people. And I want to thank Attorney General Bondi. She set up a special strike force, a special team, to look into this and see if there's any criminal liability that exists in what took place. Now, in addition to getting the truth to the people, Director Patel is getting the bad guys off the street. He's moved agents out of Washington, got the focus off of politics here in D.C., and is instead putting bad guys behind bars. 21,000 violent criminals have been taken off the streets, which is a 125% increase from the comparable period in the previous administration. He's rescued 4,000 kids. He's got 1,300 predators who he's arrested. He's also ended the weaponization of the FBI. No more spying on parents at school board meetings. No more pre-dawn raids on pro-life Catholics. No more retaliation against whistleblowers. And he's given us information that Chris Wray didn't. Maybe said better, he's given us information that Chris Wray wouldn't. Director Wray didn't tell us that there were 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, even though he was repeatedly asked about that by members of this committee. Director Wray didn't tell us that there were 17 of those confidential human sources who entered restricted space. 4 went in the Capitol. None of them were arrested. They weren't authorized to do that. They broke the law. None of them were arrested. Lots of American citizens were arrested, but the guys whose whose American tax dollars was used to pay these guys who broke the law, none of them were. One was recommended for charging and was not charged. And remember when Chris Wray told us that the Richmond field office memorandum on pro-life Catholics was just a one-off? Turns out he wasn't being square with the Senate either. Director Wray wasn't square with us. He told us that multiple other offices were involved in targeting the Catholics. We got that information from Director Patel. We learned from Director Patel the FBI actually surveilled a priest, tried to get the priest to divulge information, break the priest-penitent relationship and confidence that exists. And Director Patel is saving taxpayers money. He's not going to build a new headquarters outside of D.C. He's going to keep the headquarters right here in the capital city. Save Americans money. Save the taxpayers money. In 8 months, Director Patel has given us the facts. He's ended the weaponization at the FBI. He's taken bad guys off the streets, and he's saving taxpayers money. But my guess is the Democrats won't focus on all that good news. They'll focus on politics. They'll stick with Comey and Clapper and Brennan and continue to try to undermine President Trump. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement. Spying on parents at school board meetings?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Catholics?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still spying on President Trump?
I don't believe so.
Is the FBI still censoring Americans?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Americans for shopping at Cabela's or purchasing Bibles?
Nobody is targeted for their faith.
Is the FBI still targeting Americans who are pro-life?
Nobody is targeting anyone for their beliefs.
Is the FBI still cooking the books on crime data?
The crime data is real.
Is the FBI still purging agents for conservative viewpoints?
No one at the FBI has asked their viewpoints on policy.
Is the FBI still labeling the Betsy Ross flag, the flag of the American Revolution, a hate symbol?
No.
Well, maybe that's why you've been able to, what was the number? 23,000 bad guys you've arrested, a huge increase from the same time period in the previous administration. I think you said 1,400 predators, 4,000 children rescued. Were those the facts?
4,700, 35% increase on children rescued.
Yeah. And you got the guy to Abbey Gate?
We got the Abbey Gate guy.
We had a guy from the 4th District of Ohio who lost his life there serving our country. We appreciate that. Maybe when you're not focused on politics, you can actually do what the FBI is supposed to do. Go get the bad guys, right?
That's what the men and women of the FBI do.
Director, did John Brennan lie to Congress? Let me just read a couple things, actually, before you answer that. 2 years ago, we had Mr. Brennan in for an interview, and I asked him, how'd you learn about the dossier in December of 2016? Mr. Brennan replied, I received a copy of it from the FBI, and the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. That's what John Brennan told the United States Congress. 7 weeks ago, the Director of National Intelligence told us this: John Brennan lied and denied using the dossier in the intelligence community assessment because he knew it was discredited. CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee Brennan refused to remove it, and when confronted with the dossier's main flaws, he responded, yes, but doesn't it ring true? John Brennan lied to us?
Mr. Chairman, I won't stylize the evidence. What I will say is that the intelligence community assessment, those that created it and any individual involved with it, is an ongoing investigation.
There's an investigation into what took place in December and January of December 2016, January 2017, when this whole thing started, this grand conspiracy. That is being investigated, is that right?
That has been publicly announced by the department.
That's been announced by the department. Did Chris Wray hide documents from this committee?
You would know better than me, sir.
Well, I think you told us like 700 pieces of information you've given this committee since you've been the director relative to just one incident, the Catholic memorandum from the Richmond field office.
I can give you the comparison, sir. Yeah, the Catholic memo, I believe we turned over 750 documents. In Mr. Ray's tenure, I believe they turned over 19 pages.
19 pages. You've given us 700. Why would Chris Wray hide information from this committee?
You'd
Want
have
to
to
hazard a guess?
I'm sorry?
Hazard a guess why he would do that?
I don't know, sir.
I think maybe it was because FBI was spying on a priest, trying to get him to break the priest penitent confidence that exists. You think maybe that was the reason?
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Yeah, we'd love to do that. I want to read a few names here. Arctic Haze, Tropic Vortex, Riding Hood, Foggy Falls, Echoes Fate, Sirens Lure, Genetic Christmas. What are these code names about, Director? You know?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, Arctic Haze, Tropic Vortex. My understanding, these are code names for leak investigations of classified information from the year 2017. Does that ring a bell?
In terms of leak investigations, many of those are classified and many of those are ongoing, Mr. Chairman. But we are working with you to produce documents as we close those investigations or as we declassify them.
Let me ask you this question, because this is something I've wondered about, the way the FBI used to work. The way this whole thing so many of these things unfolded. Seems to me you had all these people in government leaking information that then gets reported in the press, there's a story written about it, and then that article is then used to further the investigation and move forward with what they want to do. Did that take place back in 16 and 17?
That's the exact scenario that took place in the FISA application for Carter Page and the rest of the Trump campaign.
And that is frightening, because that's what the CIA is supposed to do in foreign countries. It's not supposed to happen to Americans, but it did, didn't it, Director?
Yes.
And not just any Americans, it happened with the President of the United States. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you were the key guy in helping expose that. And I think our country will be forever grateful for what you did to let the country know that was going on involving Americans, which is not supposed to happen, and not just, again, any American, but the President of the United States.
Now, the chair recognizes the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendelson, is crime up or down in the last month here in D.C.?
It's down.
Down significantly, right? Robberies down 42%, deadly weapon assaults down 13%, carjackings down 85%, car theft down 24%, violent crime down 25%. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Before last year, before the surge, violent crime was down 26%. After the surge, violent crime was down 27%.
Yeah, I thought you would say that before the surge that violent crime was down. But the chairman of the Fraternal Order, in fact, you said, I think you tweeted out, or you put a statement out on August 12th, violent crime in the district is at its lowest levels we've seen in 30 years.
Correct.
But the head of the Fraternal Order of Police, Mr. Pemberton, said, when our members respond to the scene of a felony offense, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on the scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. Are you guys cooking the books?
I think we're not, but I also know that there are a couple of investigations, one by this
Well, you
committee.
settled a case too, didn't you? You just settled a case where someone said you were cooking the books. Is that right?
I can't speak to that case. I don't have familiarity.
Well, we know it was settled. It's been reported.
But I do know there are collateral statistics that affirm the reduction in crime.
Is Mr. Pemberton lying? Head of the FOP?
Yes.
You think he's lying? Wow. Well, let me just read from the court case that was settled. This is the transcript of Mr. Randy Griffin, who's the commander of the Metro Police Department. And he was asked the question in his deposition. He says, Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski came up with the classification of taking property without right, correct? He responded yes. Question, so he's saying that you told him to come up with a solution for the theft problem, which is driving up crime statistics for the district, correct? He responded, yes. Sounds like you guys are cooking the books there, according to, this is under oath from the deposition from this case that was just settled with the person who brought the action, sergeant in your police department, but you're not cooking the books?
Congressman,
The question was to Mr. Mendelson.
As I said, there are two investigations. I know there's one internal in the Metropolitan Police Department. I know that there's an investigation by this committee. I think that the three of us
What's
here
taking
welcome
property
that
without right?
investigation.
What's taking property without right?
Well, that would be theft.
Why not call it theft? Why come up with this designation? In fact, that's what he says. He's asked the question. He
Congressman,
said,
I can't
the
speak to
solution,
that
the
particular
solution from
case.
Mr. Zabowski was to come up with this TPWR, taking property without right. What is that? Taking property without right is what again?
If you're speaking to the particular charges, I can't speak to that. And as I've said several times here, I can't speak to that particular case. I think the issue is whether there is
I'm asking a
widespread.
simple question. You have a classification for crime called taking property without right. What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means just what it said, if that's what the crime is.
Well, why not call it? I mean, what would a normal person call taking property without right?
Are we talking about what the criminal code and the specific
No, I'm just
crimes
talking
are?
about that statement that you have that's grown 500% in the last several years, that specific category of crime. I'm just wondering, what does that exactly mean?
So if we look at collateral data such as ShotSpotter, we know that gunshots are down 29% from 23
Taking
to 24.
property without right was the question. What does that mean?
I've already answered you, sir.
And what'd you say again?
I said that if you're speaking to a particular offense in our criminal code, I cannot speak to that particular offense.
Well, why not just call it stealing? That's what we would all, someone comes and takes something that belongs to me, or someone comes and takes something that belongs to you, we call it stealing. Why create this new category that grows 500% that I think allows you to cook the books as the head of the FOP in your city said so?
As you know, as the chair of the Judiciary Committee, there are for many offenses a range of possible charges from misdemeanor to felony and different shades of felony. So I am not familiar with that particular offense.
Is it a good thing that, are you against having the National Guard here, or do you think that's been helpful to the citizens and the families and the people who live in the D.C. area?
We think that the D.C. National Guard is a very valuable and wonderful asset to the city. That's a little bit different than having thousands of guard troops stationed around the city when there is not they are not trained in law enforcement, and my understanding is that many of them were looking kind of bored with what they were doing.
My time is run out. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
Wait, hang on a second.
Okay, yeah.
Clerk will report, and then we'll go.
Amendment to the amendment and the nature.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you kindly. My amendment's simple, Mr. Chairman. It would not let this bill take effect until all the Epstein files are released. My Republican colleagues have put forward multiple bills this markup that reflect what they say is a renewed focus on protecting kids against trafficking and exploitation. Well, this is the test. If our colleagues are serious, and I believe they are, then they should be happy and eager to join me in supporting this amendment. The text before you is the same text as Mr. Massey and Mr. Khanna's discharge petition that every Democrat and 4 of our Republican colleagues have joined in. In just the last 48 hours, we've seen how important it is that the public actually get to see the Epstein files for ourselves. The Oversight Committee has received Mr. Epstein's entire 50th birthday book, courtesy of Mr. Epstein's estate. This includes the now infamous and slightly juvenile birthday note and drawing that President Trump denied existed at all. In fact, he sued the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion for reporting that Trump had written this suggestive and lascivious note with the drawing of well, perhaps an underage girl's body, hard to say exactly what it is, but in that note, he draws an outline of a woman's naked body, a young woman's naked body, wishes Jeffrey Epstein happy birthday, and then ends it with, may every day be another beautiful secret. Well, this is now public, and it clearly includes the president's signature. He's disputing that it's his signature, but it looks exactly like about 100 other signatures that we have from the president, including on federal legislation. So let's not allow this to be another beautiful secret before we proceed. Let's open up the Epstein files. The book also includes some disturbing, never before seen images that appear to depict Epstein grooming young girls. It includes a never before seen document where Epstein and a longtime Mar-a-Lago member are joking about selling a woman, a quote, fully depreciated woman, to Donald Trump for $22,500. You can see it yourself if you have any doubt about it. Look, it's time for all of us to decide, Democrats and Republicans alike. The country is unified around this. Are we going to be on the side of transparency and accountability, or are we going to be on the side of the human traffickers and those who collaborate with them and collude with them and protect them? There is a stench of corruption, predation, and exploitation that now hangs over this whole matter. And we are seeing one of the greatest cover-ups of our century unfolding in real time. Which side are we on? And that cover-up, of course, starts with Alex Acosta, Donald Trump's Secretary of Labor, who gave Epstein a ridiculous plea bargain, ending the federal case against him for no apparent reason other than his wealth, his connections, his political power. There was a multi-count federal indictment ready to go, and Alex Acosta, who was the U.S. attorney in the Southern District of Florida, gave it up and instead traded it for 1 count of solicitation. It didn't even mention child sex trafficking. 1 count of solicitation under Florida state law. He got the sweetest of sweetheart contracts. He was free in the daytime for several months, and then he went and spent the night in jail. And allegedly, he continued his criminal activities, grooming and procuring girls and having sex with underage girls and young women. So, this is about corruption. This is about the wealthy and powerful being able to manipulate the American justice system to get away with their crimes against kids. Let's release the file to the public. Vote yes on this, everybody. Let's make some history today. Let's make some history that we are going to see that the Epstein files actually come to light. That's what America wants. The most liberal people, the most conservative people, people across the spectrum want to see the files. We don't want dribs and drabs of the files they want us to see. We want the files they don't want us to see. We want the entire case file that they've got. Let's clear the air. Let's get the truth and the facts out there. Let's put an end to this corruption and cover-up. Let's do it on a bipartisan basis. I hope my colleagues will support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's amendment would introduce...
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, I fail to see
Gentleman is
how...
recognized to speak to his objection.
I fail to see how the gentleman's obvious case of Trump derangement syndrome has anything to do with this bill affecting immigration law. It's therefore not germane. I also question whether the gentleman's vicious attack on the president's character is in violation of the House rules, but I'll stick with the germaneness question for now.
Does the gentleman wish to speak on...
I certainly do. I don't know what deranged Trump syndrome is because I've not met with his psychiatrist, so I don't know what you're referring to with deranged Trump syndrome. In any event, you haven't contradicted a single fact that I put forward. It seems like you want to try to impinge on my free speech rights or my speech and debate rights. That's a bizarre turn of events, given that we've just been talking about the First Amendment and freedom of speech. But in any event, this is completely material and relevant. It's about the Acosta deal is about providing immunity from federal prosecution to Epstein and all of his unnamed co-conspirators. They were protected by that sweetheart deal. And this is about child sex trafficking, and the legislation is all about the protection of children. I don't see how it could be more aligned with the legislation here. Look, if you oppose it, if you don't want the file coming out, at least have the backbone and the courage to stand up and say you don't want it coming out. But don't say this isn't relevant to the protection of children. Give me a break. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I would just point out that the Oversight Committee is conducting an investigation, and in fact, it's the Oversight Committee that subpoenaed the very document the chairman referenced in his statement, so they are doing their work there, and they will be deposing the gentleman he recognized in his comments, Mr. Acosta, and I think in 2 weeks that deposition is slated to happen. The gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purposes test, therefore it is not germane and is out of order.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to appeal that. And the reason is, Epstein used a ring of associates to rotate the women and girls in and out of sexual servitude, and many of them came from outside of the country. So this is all about human trafficking. He ran an international sex ring, and now you want to say it's not relevant to the legislation, which deals with the protection of children. I do appeal
just following the rules.
Chairman, I move to table the appeal.
The gentleman has moved to table the appeal.
Mr. Chairman?
All those in favor
Mr.
of
Chairman,
tabling it?
I have a point of order.
Gentlelady can state her point of order.
Mr. Chairman, could you give the rationale for why this is not germane? Because I simply don't understand it. I mean, the fact that the Oversight Committee is doing something does not negate our ability to do something. If you want to vote against the amendment, I suppose you could do that. But why is it not germane? This bill is about unaccompanied minors. We know that there is trafficking. It is about trafficking. It is about sexual abuse. It is about all the things that the release of the Epstein documents are also about. So what is the rationale for ruling it not germane versus you saying that you don't support the amendment, which
No, I didn't say I didn't support the amendment. I said that it's not germane. It doesn't fit under the rules. An amendment may make the effectiveness of a bill subject to a condition if that condition is related to the provisions of the bill. An amendment
But this is related to provisions of the bill.
Does not satisfy the rules, and that is why it's not germane.
So there's no rationale.
There's been appeal of the ruling of the chair. There's been a motion to table that. The question is on tabling of the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'd like a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote being requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore, Mr. Kiley, Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes yes. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt, Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes yes. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes yes. Mr. Onder. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Baumgartner votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Crockett. Mr. Issa votes yes.
Mr. Gooden, gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gooden votes yes.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is tabled. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on a little bit of what the ranking member was discussing, there was a significant event this week in which this committee has jurisdiction over. The Speaker of the House, the third highest ranking U.S. official, third in line to be the president, looked into the TV cameras and told us that the current president of the United States was an FBI informant. I consider that to be gigantic news. And I'm just curious, have we reached out to the FBI, to Kash Patel, to confirm whether the president was at any time an FBI informant? I only say that because the Speaker of the House obviously gets significant briefings. He gets briefings that we do not get as regular members. And so I think this is something that we need to hear definitively. Before Kash Patel comes, we should clear up, maybe that we should send a letter to him to find out if the president was an informant. And if he was an informant, is that because he was working with the FBI after he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein? Did he turn because he got caught with Jeffrey Epstein? When you're an FBI informant, there are lots of questions about how you became an FBI informant. And then how long was he an FBI informant? When did his service to the FBI stop, being a member of the deep state? When did he stop doing that? I mean, look, if a regular member had said this, I would discount it. But the Speaker of the House is the one who said it. And then he said afterwards, well, I may have misspoke. Well, what was his misspeak? Instead of informant, did he mean agent? I mean, what is the misspeak for informant? I mean, I don't know another word that we use when we're describing an FBI agent or FBI informant or undercover. I mean, what was the misspeak here? And if he was lying then, is he lying now? I'm just confused. Perhaps maybe the Speaker should come to our committee and tell us what he meant when he said that. It's just...
Point of order?
I'm still speaking.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm still speaking.
Is there a bill or an amendment on the floor?
Strike the last word. I'm allowed to finish my.
Gentleman from Florida has the time. He's speaking, I think he's speaking about the bill. Well, he's not really speaking about the bill, but he's recognized to speak about the bill.
Well, he's just been interrupted for about 30 seconds. I'd ask that it be added back onto his.
Can we move to restore his time? That was a completely improper interjection.
Time is stopped. We'll give him plenty of time. I'm usually good about that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your indulgence, and I'm only bringing it up again because this committee is the committee of jurisdiction over the FBI, and I don't think in the history of this country we've had a Speaker of the House say the president was an FBI informant. That's a dual role if I ever heard one. And so I just think we have questions, Mr. Chairman, and on a bipartisan basis, maybe the answer is no, he wasn't an FBI informant, and that's fine if the answer is no. I just think we need to hear from the FBI. The Speaker has confused the American people whether Trump was working with the FBI against Jeffrey Epstein because he had information about Jeffrey Epstein because he was there for a long period of time and then got turned maybe by the FBI. Did Trump ever go undercover? These are questions that the Speaker has raised. By the way, President going undercover would be interesting, but these are questions that he's raised. That is not a misspeak. There is not another adjective or verb for FBI informant, right? I understand the president kicked him out of his club. That doesn't make you an FBI informant. So I think we need to get to the bottom of that.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Just to add on to that, in 2002, the president said that he was aware that Jeffrey Epstein likes girls on the younger side. In 2003, he provided a birthday card with the shape of a woman, his clear signature for anyone who actually looks at it, and references a secret. In 2004, the FBI initiated an investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. I would like for this committee to request from the FBI the opening document, the report of investigation that would have initiated the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein in 2004, because I think we should know how that investigation began. We know that President Trump had a falling out with Jeffrey Epstein around that time. Was it President Trump who provided the FBI with the information that caused this investigation to be opened? This committee deserves to know that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on the excellent points made by the gentleman from Florida and from New York. Let's try this again. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from California reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4371 offered by Mr. Raskin.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to explain the
amendment. Mr. Chairman, thank you, ensures the release of all files associated with Alex Acosta in the Epstein affair. The gentleman from New York focuses our attention on the fact that this was being investigated back in 2004, 5, and 6. And in May of 2007, an assistant U.S. attorney working for DOJ prepared a draft 60 criminal count indictment against Epstein. 60 criminal counts: statutory rape, solicitation, human trafficking, conspiracy, and so on. They had a very comprehensive and complex understanding of what Epstein was doing, how he was funding it, who was involved in it. And just 2 months later, Epstein's attorneys met with the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. That U.S. Attorney would later become famous as Donald Trump's Secretary of Labor. But at that point, he was leading the investigation, and he offered to end the investigation and throw away those 60 federal charges completely if Epstein would plead guilty to the state charge of solicitation. Now that has got to be the sweetest, coziest, sweetheart deal ever made by a federal prosecutor. They've got this guy dead to rights on 60 criminal counts of running a comprehensive child sex trafficking conspiracy, an international one, for those of you who are sticklers for materiality and relevance, an international child sex trafficking ring. And they gave it all away. They accepted a short jail stay for him. So what did he get to do down there in Florida? Well, he pled guilty and he got 18 months in a minimum security facility. He was allowed to leave for 12 hours a day to work at a foundation he founded, and apparently continued doing exactly what he was doing before. And I don't want to be too graphic and lurid because there might be kids watching, but he was doing precisely the kinds of things that we're talking about in terms of the protection of children. He was violating children, violating young women, and then he would go and spend the night in jail. And in the meantime, he was able to bargain immunity for all of these other people who were working for him.
The gentleman yield.
Yes, by all means.
In other words, while he was doing all the sexual predation, the government was providing room and board and meals and making it cheaper for him to do so.
Well, that's not a bad way of looking at it, especially because apparently it was a very comfy jail cell they set up for him. Now, I'm sure he would have preferred to be back in one of his mansions, which were basically sexual dungeons for the young women and girls that got swept up in his sex conspiracy, which was something that the vast majority of Americans deplore and abhor and want to get to the bottom of and want to know the truth about. But anyway, he spent those nights, and then they wiped the slate clean for him to continue to go on and do it again and again and again. This is a guy who should have immediately been prosecuted and then convicted and sent to prison for the rest of his life for what he had done. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted and convicted as a felony sex offender and sentenced to 20 years in jail. She just got transferred out of her prison to a club fed in. Sex offenders are not normally allowed. Felony sex offenders are not normally allowed there, but after she spoke to the president's former criminal defense attorney, who's now working in the Department of Justice, and he liked what he heard, she was immediately transferred over to this very comfy arrangement in Texas. She skipped over months and months of the normal process where you have to prove there's some compelling reason to be transferred from one facility to another under the rules of the Bureau of Prisons. She bypassed all of that and she got sent over to this other prison because, well, Mr. Blanche liked what he heard when he went over to talk to her. Come on. We're the Congress of the United States. The framers of the Constitution thought that we would stand up for integrity and we would stand up for our interests and not be servile partisan sycophants to the President of the United States. So let us all show some backbone today. Let's say we don't move forward on this legislation until the Epstein Acosta file is released. Let's vote for that, everybody. And if you're serious about getting the truth of it, you will support my amendment. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. I would just point out that the director of the FBI will be sitting at that table 1 week from today, and all the questions and concerns Mr. Moskowitz raised, he can ask the director, he can ask him right to his face, and we'll get the answers. And then, with regards to Mr. Acosta, he will be being deposed on the 19th of this month. So in 9 days, he'll set for a deposition where he will be under oath. And Mr. Garcia, who has the job that Mr. Raskin used to have, can ask him all the questions and make all the points that the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee just raised.
But Mr. Chairman, you would agree that the questioning...
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Wouldn't the question be more meaningful if we actually had the file to look at?
Mr. Chairman, I insist on my point of order.
Gentleman insists on his point of order. Does the sponsor of the amendment... I'll recognize the gentleman.
Thank you. I'm reminded of Churchill's definition of a fanatic, a man who can't change his mind and won't change the subject. But the subject has nothing to do with immigration law. which is the subject of this bill, and therefore the gentleman's amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us. It violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Maryland wish to respond?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I suppose I am a fanatic for child safety. I am a fanatic against child sex trafficking. Yes, I am. And I will be a fanatic to stand up for the public interest and the vast majority of Americans who want the truth to come out and don't want to sweep it under the rug.
Then the
Susie,
gentleman will support this
It's my
bill.
time. I'm not yielding to you right now. I've heard enough from you. Now, Mr. Epstein's victims included aspiring models from abroad, including South America. He had a whole team working in France.
The gentleman should focus on the point of order.
This is focusing on the point of order, Mr. Chairman, because
All
I'm
right,
talking about the international dimension.
Just reminding the gentleman who spoke more than anyone today here at this hearing and has said that he's not going to support the bill, as the gentleman from California just pointed out. So if you can stay focused on the point of order, that'll be good.
I would love to support the bill if you support the release of the Epstein file and the Costa file. I mean, let's.
We're forgetting all the information. We're forgetting all that information out, and that's why I've told you about.
Well, let's get it out today.
Mr. Acosta's deposition and Mr.
We've heard a lot of promises about getting it out. We haven't seen much action. A lot of promises, but no action. Today, we could take some action. The gentleman suggests that my amendment is not in order because it's not germane to the question of international child trafficking and illegal immigration. Well, Mr. Epstein's victims, including aspiring models and girls being taken advantage of from South American countries and from Europe and France. He used a ring of associates to rotate the women and girls in and out of sexual servitude in different countries, in different places, using fraudulent modeling visas to transport them across state lines and across international borders. He tracked their availability and their proximity using this database. This is exactly what we're talking about. It's hard to see how it could be more material, more germane, and more relevant. It's also the case that air traffic controllers in the Virgin Islands observed Mr. Epstein leaving his private plane in 2018 with girls who testimony suggested were as young as 11 or 12 years old. In one undated incident detailed in a lawsuit, a 15-year-old girl attempted to escape and swim off of Mr. Epstein's island after she was forced to engage in sex acts with Mr. Epstein and some of his guests. The girl was found and held captive on the island after he confiscated her passport, the lawsuit said. So this goes on and on. I mean, you want to close your eyes to it and say it's not a big deal, but don't say it's not germane. You raised the question of the protection of children against international exploitation. This goes right to the heart of it. And I'm happy to yield to any of my colleagues who haven't had a chance to weigh in yet, the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I, too, will support this amendment. I was appalled when I heard you say that they were preparing a 60 criminal count indictment against Alexandra Acosta. You said 60. That's even more than 37.
But not against Acosta, by Acosta against Epstein, and they suppressed it. Yes.
Well, I was thinking 60, and then I was thinking 37 with Trump. But 60 is a lot. And then I started thinking, you know, the underlying bill is actually, we would be debating institutionalized child trafficking and abuse if you actually look at the text of the underlying bill, which is why I support this amendment. The Republican, you all want us to stop talking about the Epstein files, but we would stop talking about them if you just released them and popped the balloon. And of course, everybody's going to show up and ask Kash Patel these questions. I'm trying to figure out why all the cover up. Because at the end of the day, we are talking about a man who orchestrated the sexual abuse, the sexual assault, the rape of little girls, of girls under the age of 18 in many instances. Everyone is all up and flustered when you're talking about folks being on a sex registry, about sex traffickers. But now all of a sudden with Jeffrey Epstein and all these people in these files, they don't want to release. They don't want the truth. That is why I support this amendment, because it also begs the question of who else is in the files. And I want to know.
Well, I thank the gentlelady, and I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Just as we're coming into this, it seems so clear, and it should be clear to anyone with a law degree who has ever participated in litigation, that you don't want to go into a deposition to question someone when you don't have all the facts that are available. So I wholeheartedly support the idea that we need to have all of the Epstein files released. Otherwise, the work that this committee is going to do is going to be hamstrung. It becomes another part of a cover-up. You know, why won't they allow these files to be released when it would do the most good for this committee and this Congress to do its work? I mean, what are they hiding? I support the amendment, and I yield back to my colleague.
I just would say finally, Mr. Chairman, this legislation is well-intended in different ways, and it's very flawed in other ways. One of the ways in which it's flawed is it says that kids can only be put with a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident, but not other people who have lawful presence in the country who may be family members. Don't we want a situation where all kids are taken care of so they don't end up in a situation like this? They might be released to someone who's actually a child sex predator. This is completely germane and irrelevant, and I hope everybody supports the amendment. Thanks.
It does not satisfy House Rule 16, Clause 7, and therefore the subject matter and fundamental purposes test, and therefore is not germane and is out of order.
I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Gentleman appeals the ruling of the chair. The gentleman from New Jersey makes a motion to table. All those in favor of tabling the motion to appeal say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote being requested. The clerk will call the roll on
Mr. Jordan?
on the table. Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Crockett? Mr. Moore, you're not recorded. Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Issa votes yes. Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes yes. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Onder, you're not recorded. Mr. Onder votes yes. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a result under regular order now?
Not under regular order, we don't.
Ms. Ross, you're not recorded. No. Ms. Ross votes no.